All right, week 3. Let's see if there are anything interesting that happens in week 3. I'll keep the audio on and take in some of the stuff. Oh, did I not turn that in? Oh, I probably didn't turn it in, did I? Nope. Another one of those excellent design choices. What was it again? All right. We have all this. And I think
It is good to see you, as if the North ever comes to pass.
yes, we know that already. Oh, is this the third milestone? Yeah, the third milestone. So we have the weekly. Hey, so nothing has changed specifically for getting to the third milestone yet. We have to get to the third. So I'm guessing bullets. All right. Yeah. Sound level is okay. There was something blocking the way. Not a smooth surface. Hey. And we'll pick up like lock boxes and some lock boxes at the end. All right. That's kind of loud, actually. Hold. Oops. Okay. All right. We gotta find 5 bullets. One more. Another person. And then we should switch instances as per usual. Actually, we should switch instance now. And of course, someone already cleared the one spawn. Okay. Now let's get just see if anyone triggers any of these. That's the only time I would be in a populated instance. If I were to do the heroic encounters, I think it's faster just to do 5 repeats. Place traps. Was this the odd off? Pretty sure this one's the odd one out. It would have been nice if they deviated. Oh no, it's not the odd one out. I have to do caches too. Okay. Could always hide this one, as it's very helpful, especially when the quest indicator highlights the entire field. So always constantly put the hero counters at the top. Legacy feature. You don't want to be staring at do heroic encounters the entire time. I missed a trap. Right in the middle. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Time to look for the one. Oh, there it is. It's kind of no. Alright. Although one quality of life feature that I think was with this patch is not showing when you hide the thing. I don't know how long that's been, but it doesn't cloud your stuff when you're not tracking them. Might cloud your map when you're not tracking a quest. That was not always the case. I'm pretty sure this one's the odd one out. So we only have one. I'll get used to where the prisoners are. Although you only do this like once a week. Not enough repetition for me to remember. Just follow whoever's clearing. Just one other player. If there's one other player clearing stuff for another quest, just follow them to try to whoops. Where are you? Alright. Yeah, we gotta do the weekly. It'll take us back to the camp. Can do this hop right here to avoid everything. To be out of range. Right.
Ah, the Iblith who have been disrupting my prison. I am unsurprised to see you.
God, there's a
Unconcerned as
lady.
well. I told the fool Mizra keeping such prisoners was unwise.
All right. All right. Mm-hmm. And we know we can't cut corners here, so we might as well just kill all of them one at a time. Although, kind of looks like most of them are range, which running and gathering them might be reasonable. Tornado. 哦，some food. I'm gonna say 30 minutes per character, maybe. This takes a really long time. Relatively speaking.
They are scaling the tower. Kill them.
Mm-hmm. All right. There's a saw blade trap there. All right. Oh yeah.
They are scaling the tower. Kill them.
That's a quarter way. Oops. Hello? Okay. Few more to go. Get our little friend here, or big friend, big friend.
Thou destroy my home. You help. We crush them.
You're welcome. All right. Okay.
Give these fools a painful death!
That random. There's like a lock frame in Savage Advance if you don't sprint after it. Lock frames, not the best for games. Especially when nothing's happening during that animation. Like there's no flourish or anything. Just a lock frame. Or a recovery frame, I guess that would be more accurate. But it has the character standing still instead in this game. No visible indicator that you're recovering.
They are scaling the tower! Kill them!
The prisoners deserve long punishment.
All right. Off we go. 19 minutes in. All right.
Thank you for rest. Minnow. He was. Where is. Good.
Back to the camp.
It's good to
Turn all
see
this stuff in.
whatever comes to pass. A loyalist.
Changes. I think it's any. My word. The loyal. Spy.
The sound of the sound of spam quest completion.
Wonder your deeds speak, friend. You speak fewer bullets, more this one, thank
It is pretty addicting though.
many.
That's kind of like one of my attractions to this game originally, where it was nice that all the quests were kind of like lumped into zones. So you just go in, frolic around, complete like 8 or 10 quests in an entire area, loop back around, and you just turn them all in and just watch your XP explode. Or just stuff. Even if it didn't really mean anything, or it's very relatively minor with all the turn-ins, but it's just the idea of completing that satisfying And you can't zone out. Yet again. Sharing questing spaces, not conducive to satisfaction. It kind of gets in the way of that feeling that I'm describing. Just mass completing tasks. There's another game that, oh, like indicating a job well done, for example. Like, see, that guy's just standing there. Doesn't, yeah, like the entire zone is cleared out. What you call it? A lot of games decided to give these like little tone feedbacks for doing stuff. Like, for example, in Overwatch, there'd be like a really obvious ping. Like, see, you can't do anything because there are three people here. So basically, the whole room, this whole area is cleared out, and then they're just gonna wander around until they find a mob. I just call it like whenever you land a headshot or body shot, there's a audible indicator. And it's kind of about the same. It's like a similar feel. Every time you spam and turn in a quest, that classical sound of a quest completing is it's pretty addicting, even though always putting you back into a crowded area by default. All the instances are pretty crowded though. Not even a boulette. Who's doing exactly the same thing? Everyone else. Instead of preserving a smaller instance in order to consolidate, because the game is effectively still terribly optimized, right? It keeps the priority is to keep on sticking players into a crowded zone so that they can consolidate instances. Which means every time you leave a zone, if you zone into a specific area to complete a quest, ironically, coming from a questing area, you get placed back into one of the most crowded instances. Instead of just simply being placed back into the instance you were in, which you'd probably be happy to be in, or preserving a smaller instance so that you can evenly distribute the players, at least make an attempt to distribute the players so that they wouldn't get stuck, reminded that the place is too crowded and the area is too small, relatively speaking. You know, we might as well trigger this. This guy's kind of waiting, right? Hey, are you... That's a paranoid delusion. You can handle it. Good luck, wizard. Yep. Everyone's just sitting here waiting. So basically I lost like 5 to 10 minutes just waiting for ads to spawn. Yep. That is actually... There are a few times I used the word waste. This is quite literally a waste of time. It's very hard to defend. Simply running around waiting like this. Like I still need 5 more. That just involves another 10 minutes of running around in circles. Actually, Maybe I can... Nope. The game decided to populate all the instances again. So even if you switch instances, you're still going to be wandering around with the same number of people. There are a few solutions to this. Increase the spawn rate, but then there will be this concern that it feels like everywhere you go, there's a spawn that's right on top of you. But I'd probably trade that off. Or looking at a vacant zone the entire time, expecting to do quests. Like, look at this. It almost makes the game feel even more hollow. Yeah, they're just... Oh, hey. I guess we can stay for this. Whenever they start it. Yeah. Literally a vacant zone. Every single time. Now I'm doing this on a Tuesday. So it's not Monday. Monday is actually the reset day. It's not Tuesday. Guess we might as well sit here and do this. I wonder how many percentage you get for this. So we get 40 for minor. Hopefully this gives 60. Yeah, if you subtract all the void times from running around looking for a mob, that isn't because... Oh my gosh. That isn't because of the difficulty or design, mainly just because it's other players. I think it's far more satisfactory. I think player satisfaction will go up dramatically. Like, look at this. 2 mobs where a boulette was the minor spawn that was omitted. You have a quest that requires 16 compared to 12, and your spawn rate is 1 to 5 in rate. That's honestly a lack of attention to detail. A lot of times I'd be like fairly tolerant and reasonable about my criticisms, but that's usually involving inexperience and like new ventures from other developers. But this isn't a new game, and we're not talking about new developers. So naturally it doesn't apply. Dodge. %. 40%. Oh, I guess they're all treated equal. That's fair enough. Since they don't distinguish, then the credit is about the same too. That's reasonable. Poison ticks. Spider. Actually, if it's spiders, we could just go here. Even if we die. Do more spiders spawn from here? Hmm. I guess not. That works. Oh, wait. There are more, but not a big deal. Alright. I completed 2. Okay. Oh. Mount power and artifacts didn't trigger at the same time. They put latency. Okay. Those don't initially spawn Icanoids. Actually spawn drows. Man. I think Machinoids easier to find. That was a latency spike. Holy heck. Oh. Wow, that thing respawns really quickly. Hmm. Alright. Okay. Oh, I think that's... No, we need one more. One more. Because it's 2550. And then we need... Actually, maybe not. We might as well complete this when we're here. Spiders. And drow. Bunch of people. Other players. No, I didn't put latency though. Yep, other players. 8 blank mob areas. 9. there a campfire nearby? Oh, all the zones are filled. The only way a new instance is spawned is if all the instances currently are fully populated at cap, and it'll start a new instance. But it needs to be all 20 first. There are a few 19s. Are those? No. So one encounter you could use, heroic encounter you can use here in this region for spiders, has a mob in there that cocoons you permanently. So you can't like just go in and kill spiders. Well, let's see. Oh wait, the heroic counter is not even up right now, so that's fine. Yeah, it's this arena right here. There are a bunch of spiders in this encounter, but the unique mob will cocoon a singular player. Look, it's another player. I wonder what they could be doing. So we're like down 15 minutes probably. Yeah, it's looking like 15 minutes. Look, it's the same player, still looking for mobs to spawn. Oh hey look, there's another player looking for mobs to spawn. There are spiders in here?
There's something beneath our feet!
No. These don't help. I'm looking for spiders. Drow's a little bit easier to find here. Spider. Oh no, this is the camp. Oh. I didn't notice that guy up there. That's kind of cute. There are like tons of drow, for sure. This is the reverse of the boulette problem. More drow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, we might as well try this. Nope. Cocooned instantly. And then dead. Yep. Can't even use the heroic encounter to get spiders. It's instant cocoon. Maybe you try to tackle it yourself. A tank can't even guard against that. RCC mechanics. We're just gonna keep wandering around until we see some spiders respawn eventually. I'm not sure if... I guess we might as well clear these guys. In case they're also spawn holders. I don't think so. Like, spiders may not show up where there are only drow spawns. Hey look, it's another player. Probably killed the spiders that I was looking for. Feels bad. Oh, wait. Anyone else tackling it? Nope. Keep wandering around. Here's where oh, wait. We got lucky. A new instance was created with one player in it. And then the game might crash here. Well, and then you have this problem. We'll see how long it takes to load. It probably crashed. Oh, no, wait. No, we got it. Cool. So no one is here except for that one guy that spawned the new instance. So you would think, by chance, we would see more mobs, right? Oops. This way. We can really gauge the frequency of spiders, which is basically still non-existent. Unless you're supposed to kill these sacks. Maybe you're supposed to kill these sacks. No. Yeah, it's just the bootlet thing. So you have the quest requires you to kill 18 drow and 18 spider, but the spawn rate is like 1 to 5. For every 5 drow, there's 1 spider. If you're lucky, you get 2 in a cluster. So you have to go around and kill these guys anyways when there aren't any spiders around. So a minor attention to detail would be to know your spawn rates and, in my opinion, scale the requirement to that. So if it's 1 to 5, kill 6 spiders for every drow, or sorry, kill every 5 drow for every 1 spider. So you could even do like 20 drow with 6 spiders, something like that. It's true. This is true for what the oh. This is true for the last 4 or 5 years of quest design. The tasks aren't ever proportional to each other. You just choose numbers that seem reasonable. All right. Let's turn this in first. That gives us, yep, and then we turn in 5.
Welcome back. Judging by the wisps of tattered webs stuck.
Oh, I should leave this open because it's, oh wait, yeah. And then this is the worst. This is guaranteed to be worse, so turn these. And then we turn one of these in. Alright. And then now we see what the 3rd milestone is. This is a reagent. Hopefully it doesn't go into your inventory. It doesn't. I'll give you that. Excellent.
There are
All right.
harrowing times. I have news that may interest you. A scout has spotted a prisoner caravan in the Spinner's Hold, a mushroom forest near the sporing tunnels. The prisoners are being moved and will soon be out of reach entirely. Levia Vandry is behind this, I am certain. She is consolidating her most valued prisoners since you drove her out of the Tower of Gabsul Nasad. The caravan is quite well guarded, so we suspect the prisoners are important. Free them before they reach their destination. We
Just
have much planning to do.
one? Does it give 20? It only gives 7, but the weekly haul increased by 25. Are you serious? Wow. I guess we might as well complete this main one just for fun. Wow. Okay, yeah. Week 3 is like a 3 out of 10. That's a step backwards. Fundamentally, it's inexcusable in my opinion. That's an absolute step backwards. Where you have a milestone unlocked behind a main story quest, which offers currency that's capped by the weekly haul. Without a weekly haul cap increase. And it is officially 10 weeks. This is a 10-week... Man. That's a pretty... The bar got lowered. Oh, let's just see the dialogue and whatnot. It's probably a repeatable later, I guess. So not even a weekly haul increase.
The resistance to the Lothian... Leviah Vandry and her Drow and Drider forces are operating at someone else's behest. Levira is somewhere here, in the Spinner's Holt. If we can track her down, perhaps we can find out who leads above her. Rumpadump's rapport spores have been permeating the caves and our minds. He may have a clue as to where they are hiding.
Not only is just one quest, so that's -7 already. -7 and -14. You can't actually get those pins. It's behind weekly haul cap.
This one has learned the hiding place. You will go through the forest. Caves are beneath it. Caves are sealed by magic. Meatlings call the caves Nair Talamshin. Myconids do not know the meaning of these words. Meatlings hide in the tunnels, dark elves and others. Myconids do not go there. You will go there. This one will keep our spore talk in your head while you travel. See what you see. Guide you if able.
Yeah. No words. It's actually quite baffling. What are you expecting the players that play this game to not complete the weekly haul cap? Might as well collect these things too. We've done that the last time.
This one is caged. Perhaps it is friendly.
We must stay a step ahead of the Loyalists at all times.
Ah, rescuers! I am grateful. I was beginning to think my end was rapidly approaching.
Oh, hey. It's Braylon Jiangquei.
Indeed. Well, you found me, and not a moment too soon. Lafira Vandry was planning to sacrifice me to Lolth, I am certain. These Lothians have found a way to corrupt the Myconids, to change their communication spores to cause madness in those affected. Minilin Fae? How interesting. I shall make my way there and offer my assistance. You should do the same, if you are able.
Oh, you bet I'm able. There's another task here. This is probably the repeatable part.
Tunnels here.
Or not.
Sealed. Rumpa-dump told you.
Alright. Fair enough. It's going down. It's going down. 5 to a 4 to a 3. The average is 4.5 so far.
We have found the entrance to Levira Vandry's hidden tunnels, near to Lamshan, but the doors are sealed. With her trapped, she'll not cause much mischief, but the threat is far from ended. We must find a way to break the seal and enter near to Lamshan, to defeat Levira, and, we hope, to discover the identity of her leader. You located Braylon Jiangquei as well, I see. This bodes well for us indeed.
Okay.
Inside Niat Elamshin, there are surely many drow and driders. Fighting through an entire army is foolish, and I am no fool. Their numbers are not so overwhelming when one considers the amount of territory they are trying to hold, though. To that end, if we are to attack Niat Elamshin, we should first draw out as many Lothian loyalists as possible. I have scouted the Spinner's Holt and marked several locations I believe Vandry's forces consider strategically important. Go to these locations and cause a ruckus. Draw them out, stretch their lines thin, and the path to Vandry becomes that much easier. Have any information for me?
I'm gonna do this line.
The blaspheme are depending on us.
Okay,
The time
so
approaches to attack near Elamshin and defeat Levira Vandry. I may have a way to help. In the Shimmering Webs, there remain many Myconid prisoners. These prisoners have been infected by the corrupting poisons Vandry's forces are using, but they are not yet fully lost. Rumpa-dump will not allow them to be rescued and brought here, as he believes the corruption is contagious. But he has said nothing against rescuing them and bringing them somewhere else. Bring these runic anchors to the Myconids, and I will be able to direct my magic to them, to teleport them to your aid during the coming assault. How else can I help you, adventurer? The magical seals on Nirt Elamshin are potent, but they can be defeated. In order to make an attack on Levira Vandry's hideout, we will need to bring down these seals. For that, I need assistance. There are points of magical power around the entrance. I've crafted sigils which, if placed correctly, will help me focus my power and Minilin phase on the seal. With time, we can strip the magical defenses and breach Nirt Elamshin.
wow. So there's an entire quest line that you actually wait on the 4th week, not the 3rd week. And we'll just do it on this character for now. So the other 2 characters, we're just gonna stop immediately when we reach the weekly haul. That's absolutely no words can describe. Yeah, I don't have any words. Hmm. I guess it kind of just feels like two people planned this. They tried to reuse an old structure, but thought of a different idea, and then decided not to update the structure, I guess. If that's how I'm interpreting it. So instead of updating the structure, it makes this awkward feeling where it's not the 3rd week milestone quest line. You actually spend 2 weeks. You actually spend 3 weeks waiting for an increase. And it's not really even an increase. It's just because the weekly haul didn't increase. So there's no really urgency to doing any of this. And it will continuously be time gated. Like horrendously. So I really can't see this being reasonable. Alright. Well, let's just finish the main ones, see the dialogue and stuff, and then the other 2 characters will just get the weekly haul and then do it in the same pattern that I would suspect most players would do it, where they just simply, I'm gonna see if I'm mistaken and near the end of this like milestone 3 there's a catch to it, but I doubt it. So specifically, players would just simply, on the 3rd week, get the weekly haul, and then ignore the main quest. Maybe throw a few tomatoes and stuff at the screen, and wait till just save the main quest line for the next one, because it's all capped. It's 10 weeks long, etc. Just come to the horrible realization that it takes a month's wait time in order to see something else. That's below standard, in my opinion. Pretty below standard. Even half weeks have some sort of update. A month is almost a whole seasonal event. A month is a whole seasonal event in this game, but other games not so much. Can I not enter? What? Oh. Oh, it just doesn't go away? Alright. Quest tracker is broken too. Or maybe the 3 unique places they can respawn and you can re-interact with them. But that clearly didn't update. So now it's going to keep pointing to that same area, even though I already interacted with it. That's a display problem. So whoever's doing quest tracking, that's not working. Like, does this update? It does not. So it just continues to highlight the same areas. Maybe you can come back and hit the same spawn more than once. Or I don't know. They're not really spawns, they're already pre-rendered into the environment. I'm not quite sure what's the point of keeping that up. Alright, now we go back. We basically use up all this currency because it's capped. They decided to be greedy, in my opinion, to not increase the weekly haul to accommodate the main line, even 25. This is what happened. 1, 2, we're at negative 14. Then there's 3 of these, so that's negative 21. So it's negative 35. If you do this, right? Yeah.
The runes are
Yes, yes, yes.
The Lothian
There's more. Okay. Well, we're at negative 35.
The seal is broken. The Loyalist forces are distracted. Cerebel's trap is set. It is time to breach Neverwinter Northdark and defeat Elvira Vandry. Remember, my friend, that Elvira is the tip of the spear. We need to know who wields the spear. Rumpadump will use his telepathic communication spores to keep us informed of your movements. Reinforcements will arrive as they are needed.
The only silver lining I can see here is the very last task will be 25 of these pins. And then next week, at least my character that I lose over 50 pins can repeat easier to do or less time consuming 25 pin repeat. Maybe. But it looked like this only rewarded 7 pins. We'll see if this part of the leg is repeatable. If not, then that's incongruous design. I think that's a big oversight, a gigantic oversight. I don't think it's excusable. Luckily, this area is just for, I guess, just for veteran players at the time. So a new player wouldn't just simply keep doing this and realize that they have negative progress, or they have no progress, basically. But the older players would probably be like, pins capped. We'll wait. I really want to be incorrect here. So when we do this, let's see if there's something.
The caves are open.
Okay, that's a rubber dump. Whoops. Mark supplies. Okay. Individual loaded questing zone, so not too bad. Oh hey, let's summon a Myconoi to mark them. Cute. I like to give the benefit of the doubt that this wasn't intentional. But if it was intentional, I feel that's even worse, in my opinion. To double the length of the wait time intentionally. I'm guessing this is going to happen at week 7. So instead of waiting on week 7's milestone, I imagine when you reach week 7's milestone, you wait another week. So it's actually week 8's story thing. It's either 8 or 9. I'm not doing the math in my head. It's just a long time. Let's...
Myconids will assist the meatling.
Okay. So, you clear out the forest supplies. Alright. Fair enough. I recognize some of these assets. Still pretty well done. I like the extra zone. All right. What the heck?
Fool! Iblis! You could not kill me should you try. You will be my sacrifice to Lol, my path to her favor.
We'll see about that.
Fear not death. More are coming. Levira will know the fury of the fungi.
Dude, the spider has more chunk than Rivera, but
My queen. All I wanted was your
feels bad, man. Oh, old. All right. All right. If I had to guess, this is the repeatable. We've gotten down the repeatable. We're minus 42.
Elvira is dead.
The
At last we
7?
know whom
Yeah.
she served. We have much planning to do.
The 5th milestone. All right, so this is week 4. So week 5, week 6, and then week 6 is going to be a leap. And then it's week 7. So it's 7. It's minus 1. So the 7th is the time when this milestone is actually going to be reached. Not 2 weeks from now. It's 3 weeks from now. Oh, you don't get a... Okay, you don't get a repeatable for that one. Wait. Do you not?
It's good to see you again. Wish it could have been under
All
better
right, so
circumstances.
it's just, I guess it's just straight up negative 42. Amazing. I think that's 2 out of 10 for this week. 2 out of 10. I would say probably even sufficient to stop playing after one character. All right. Gotta move all the stuff to the other characters. That's it. Week 3 is identical to week 2. So 3 weeks of identical things. Plus or minus Temple of the Spider. Master Temple of the Spider. I do. Wonder if it's faster if I just exchange the... It probably... Probably faster just to exchange the... I don't remember these anymore. That's not it. Uh... Yeah, it's probably quicker if I... Probably quicker if I just change out this guy. Yeah. All right. No interesting audio. All right. Do this 2 more times. Only we don't have to do like the entire quest line because that was a pretty big disappointment. I really thought it everything fell together so well. Like all the numbers checked out from what I said last week. How the numbers would work out. It worked out so cleanly. Then like the multiples and stuff. But nope. Nope. It truly is 10 weeks. Man. The Battle Pass announcement came out, like the Northdark Battle Pass. That's reaching. It was pretty disappointing too, but that is excusable because it's just an extra thing. Are we at 112? All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get this in like 30 minutes. And I don't understand the harvester thing where you have to queue and it doesn't auto turn in after you complete. So then you just get players that are confused why they didn't get completion credits. My gosh, this instance is lagging so hard. I'm rubber banding backwards. They don't get credits for not turning it in, even though the quest should have auto completed. I don't understand why that extra step. That guy is just looking for bullets, clearly. Because walked by me. And I'm looking for bullets too. You're always looking for the same thing. Like 0 bullets on this spawn point. They're always like done with myconoids well in advance of bullets. We're getting into the lower hours, as in the US players. This game is has a far less population for US evenings. Still in the afternoon though, so there's a lot. Okay, one more. Got lucky with the instance change. Man. 10 weeks. What does 10 weeks bring us to? This is week 3. So 7 more weeks. That passes Winter Festival. Passes Winter Festival and into the new. Maybe that's it leads up to mod whatever number they're on. I'm going to guess mod 24. I don't know what the number is. I don't keep track of the number. The biggest stretch. Easily one of the biggest stretches. Oh wait, that's it. I don't think I have. This is probably a half. Definitely less and less able to suggest that there are brighter days. I mean, pragmatically, I would say, yeah, it seems very reasonable to stretch your pre-game in between story things so that it lines up with your mods. But I would probably I would argue that a shorter time gate at the expense of an idle period is probably going to overall lead to a better impression, like a more satisfactory impression of pacing than trying to stretch the material, the limited content out for exactly the lineup. Wait, why is this showing up on my... Why is this showing up on this character too? I didn't grab that quest. Here we are again. Wandering around, looking for spawns. Meanwhile, everyone's doing the exact same thing. Yep. The anti-MMO experience. Do your best to avoid as many players as possible. They only impede your progress. Little spider. Ah, man. Stupid quest tracker. That guy's looking for spiders too, I reckon. Oh, wait. I should have done that. I don't know if I can do that. Is it this one? Oh no, that's the fungal frenzy thing. It's this one. The game has a lot of little things that could really slowly... Oh, cleared it. Slowly, there's so many little things, opportunities. Since it's so far at the bottom, right? Like the bottom is really deep. It's so deep on the bottom. You can generally, even the smallest little attention to detail can increase the reception of game design. But this isn't it. Nope. This isn't it. Wait, is that a heroic encounter? Give me this heroic encounter credit. Oh, this one isn't too bad if you are going after Drow. Which you're not in this region. Browse in excess. Alright. Invite me. Who is that? Oh. Wrong time zone. Not the same time zone. Which reminds me, I do have to clear my my list of contacts. I would love to like have a reassurance that there's maybe one dev that's set aside. It's like, hey, and you make the pragmatically non-functional things and go back and groom the quality of life changes or something, you know? I think the game would be highly recommendable if just simple if there was enough resources or what have you, or priority to just simply focus on quality of life improvements as opposed to doing this. I don't know if the excuse, or I mean, if the compromise is that there's limited time and resources, by, well, that's not very auspicious, right? For players of the game. If what I just witnessed today in week 3 and the excuse is there's not enough resources or time, or there are other important things to do, that would give you a feeling like the future in this game is very grim. Recently, though, there was I guess a stream or interview. I like reading the transcripts instead. It's nice that they kind of sort of do the transcripts in the forums. So I just like read the written one. It was like a roadmap release, and I saw some of the generalized timing of all the content and whatnot, and then like it kind of seems like they're switching up the structure again, which is nice because I think the last time I saw their structure and plans left a lot to be desired, but I was behind it, you know? If it alleviates resources and allows for a better working environment for the devs, that may produce encouragement to enjoy working on a game, I suppose. It could lead to like inspiration and muse for design choices. Right now, this is what's called the in-between update, where it's supposed to lead up to the major release, which is the next mod. I was mistaken earlier in week 1. I thought this would be the mod release, but this is the pre-story, I guess, which is typically smaller in scope. Maybe it isn't. It's hard to differentiate nowadays because project timelines and whatnot. It was a lot of the last year or two. There's been switch in leadership and staff and whatnot. Not quite transparent about that, so that's as much detail as I can get. Some staff got swapped around, some leadership changes. Announcements are not transparent. They're not on a monthly basis, barely a weekly basis. I mean, They're barely a weekly basis, let alone expecting monthly. They're barely monthly, let alone expecting weekly updates. Like, not game updates, just updates like how the staff is doing and all that stuff. It's very, very different from other gaming as a service games. With that said, it's a game transitioning to that model. There's speaking of like community forward type of games, I saw the nominations for games awards this year, and there's a category. Hey son, there's a category for like the game that is community forward the most, and some of those titles are really good. Last year, No Man's Sky got it, and then it's pretty funny because the ones that you would think would get it has already gotten the award, and this year the game stayed almost the same. That's how limited. That's how few games put their community forward as gaming as a service. There are tons of gaming as a service games, like absolute metric tons of them. And in Game Awards, 3 of the nominations are the same as last year, which includes Final Fantasy XIV, No Man's Sky, how am I forgetting the third one? I don't think it's a Rockstar game. I don't think Rockstar game qualifies as that, but I'll have to look at the nominations again. We'll probably talk about it later. Because Game Awards is coming up, and I want to see some upsets. It's probably not going to happen, but I was watching a lot of footage of people playing God of War Ragnarok. Being a gaming, I just lost 350. Oh gosh, wait, that's below average. How did you? That's some unluck. Do you get more chances? Can you get more chances? How long does it take for you to get a chance roll? Is there a pity timer? Son, do you have pity timers in Tower of Fantasy? I'm gonna open some lock boxes for this content update for Neverwinter after this. So, I mean, lock boxes are lock boxes. You just get more as you go. This one is a little bit more complicated to describe how you get chances, but it is 80 rolls. Guess that's not. This is I mean, it's not the same because you can get more rolls in this game per unit time per stuff, but the pity timer for guarantee roll on the 2 mythics is 250 keys. But 250 keys is less value than your 80 rolls from how I seen the monetization, like the pyramid monetization way Tower of Fantasy. I think 80 is more like 360 keys, maybe. It's slightly more, it's still more expensive than Neverwinter, but like in terms of the value translating from game time and resources and how long the wait is, I would say it's close to like 300 keys. They're both fairly similar, but there's less gacha in this game, surprisingly. It only happens like every 4 months. It's like I think I'm gonna say 4 months on average there's like new gacha. So you have 4 months to gather you know, prep yourself. I hit a loss every time. Yeah, when you roll for a new character, it's really a yeah. I think now that you play Tower of Fantasy, it's easier for me to like talk about. Is this your first gaming as a service game, son? Warframe was kind of the closest thing I could think of, but it's not. It's closer to Neverwinter when it was what Neverwinter was, but now they're both like this is more like gaming as a service game than it's ever been. So Warframe keeps the conversion, the currency conversion, but now gaming as a service games don't have currency conversion. You see what I mean? It's just direct conversion where you play to get the currency. Warframe had where you relied on the community to convert currency, which Neverwinter did the same thing. So it still has it, which is how I get keys and stuff. So there's this thing called there are two separate currencies, and one is a paid currency, but you can convert it through other players, which is kind of how Warframe works. But I don't know if they kept that nowadays, but you know, it's a ridiculous amount of, or not ridiculous, but it's a very questionable amount of time, right? So it would encourage people to cut to convenience, the pay for convenience model, which isn't the same as gaming as a service. It's similar, but gaming as a service is the full realization, like you have these things, which will look very familiar to you, right? Sun, as Tower of Fantasy, now that you play a gaming as a, where you have tracks, you do something like once in a while every day, and then you have tracks, reward tracks, and then the bottom, a lot of times there would be a premium track along the bottom and a free track on top. That's gaming as a service. And then you'll always have more limited opportunities as someone who isn't paying for the convenience versus someone who is. But nevertheless, it doesn't strongly affect your gaming experience. Since I played this game for a really, really long time, that part about being on the premium track is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, basically, yeah. If you're a complete, it's one of those things like you get what you want, but do you want more than what you want? And that's what gaming as a service aims for. And for those who don't understand that philosophy, they usually go to cheap explainers like, oh, this is a pay to win game. It's like, I don't have the option of having all the characters. It's like, well, that's the idea, right? Like, do you want all the characters simply because you want it? Well, then go and get it. But the experience itself is not, you don't win harder by being able to collect everything. If you want to support the game, by all means, collect everything. Which is, FOMO is the term I would use. Like, when someone says this gaming as a service game is pay to win, like right off the bat, without just because money is involved to 100% complete something, the only phrase I hear is FOMO. I have FOMO. I have a really bad problem coping with FOMO. I'm like, that's fair. But I don't think they recognize it as that. Rarely have I, in my personal opinion, encountered a game that apparently is egregiously egregiously pay to win, you know, by the popular audience, and found that it was indeed pay to win. legitimately, like, you cannot complete content in the game without paying money. Well, here's a twist on that logic. You can never complete Elden Ring if you don't fork over. Well, okay. There's one exception. We're not going to talk about that exception because I actually don't promote that. With one exception, you probably know what I'm talking about. You can't complete Elden Ring without paying for it. Right? The logic is someone tells me this is a pay-to-win game. I can't beat this game without spending money on it. Generally speaking, gaming as a service game is quite literally one of the few models where you can actually beat a game without spending money on it. That's actually more the norm than the exception. Literally, every game, with one exception, you know what I'm talking about, with one exception that you could do, you can't beat a game without paying for it. Like, you can't play the game without paying for it. Outside one very big no-no, in my opinion, so I don't encourage that, but, it's you do it at your own risk kind of thing. It's, for me, I've strayed away from that because I want more games. I want people to make more games. So I try my best not to encourage that. The thing that I'm avoiding saying. Like, personally, if I had to be like super objective or pragmatic about this, I'm not really helping this game in any way outside of me being like a number, right? Someone who plays the game, which can be used as a marketing strategy. Me playing this game doesn't, it's not financially impacting, like, negatively or positively, the success of this game. Like, as one person. But then the criticisms I have tend to be how it ripples and impacts many people, or whatever is remaining of the player base anyways, or future player base. This game is kind of still behind the times, in my opinion. Tower of Fantasy is entirely a very different structure when it comes to like development and prioritizing features that are tried and true. I don't know if this game is gonna implement any of that in the future. It seems to be still kind of struggling with what type of model it's going for. It could end up being something entirely different, which is all the power to them. It's just at the moment, the things they're doing is very hard to overlook. Like I'm getting, like, when you log into Tower of Fantasy, son, and you're waiting for an update, right? And then the update comes along and you realize that they want you to do the same thing, separate into thirds for 10 weeks. So 3 weeks you do the same thing, 3 weeks you do the same thing as the last 6 weeks, plus some additional thing. Then like 4 weeks to do the same thing, the last 2 milestones. And effectively, it is not because it takes 10 weeks, it's because it takes 10 weeks, 30 minutes a week to do. Now the question is, do you get more satisfaction by giving the option to do something at your own pace, or deliberately told or instructed that you can no longer progress? which one is more satisfactory, right? So that's kind of the middling structure right now for Neverwinter. The time gates keep getting longer. Like the day by day, week by week time gate keeps getting pushed. And the question is, when does it push so hard that it's no longer sustainable anymore? I think this is the low point. This most recent thing is easily the low point. 10 weeks is the longest it's ever been. Wait. Yep. Okay, thank you. Thank you for killing that bullet before I can tag it. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Oh, and also in this game, questing, you don't want to see anybody. It's basically the version of the real life you always talk about. Like, I would just want to do things, but whenever I see someone else, it makes me not want to do it anymore, because it takes, whenever there's another person here, it's like, yo, when is my turn? Hold. Wait, why do I have like 8 billion stacks of poison? Or bleed, or whatever that is. I don't know how it is in Tower of Fantasy. I don't know what it's like in Tower of Fantasy, like how it's like. But in this game, whenever you're questing and you see another player, you don't get excited. How often do you see another player in Tower of Fantasy? Fun. I used to be really excited. Like when I play other games like World of Warcraft and stuff, whenever I bump into another person, it's exciting. Although sometimes it also means that person could just like PvP me in the back while I'm trying to quest, but that's still part of the emergent gameplay. This game, ooh, heck. Wait, is that an invisible weapon cache? It didn't load in. Interesting. There's not too much downside. I think there are others around. Yeah, in this game, it's kind of like this is a solo game. If you like to solo, like if you just like to, if this game, like if you liked Western fantasy, you know, elves and stuff, this, and I'm not speaking directly to you because I know you're not into Western fantasy too much, like the Western fantasy, not the like an anime trying to use Western fantasy as a backdrop. So, but if you liked the way the game looked, the way the game played, this is a solo game. Until there, like the party aspect of the game, you can argue with in terms of time is about the same. It's like 50-50 in terms of time, but the actual amount of satisfaction you get, the content you consume, the vast majority is solo. You just sit there, your character keeps growing, it keeps getting more cosmetics, keeps getting more stuff. That's it. That's the loop. The person too, there are exploring stuff, I see. It's way different than PSO2. Like when I'm playing PSO2, it's the opposite. You deliberately want to always be in a zone with more players. Like 80 to 90% of the time, the first action you do is look for the most populated zone. This game, it's quite Absolutely the opposite. The moment you have a quest and you notice that your instance is completely full, it means your quest time is going to double. Minimally double. The moment you see a lot of players play in PSO2, like your zone is just jam-packed with stuff, is the moment your quest time gets cut by like 90%. You could even just stand there. If there were a lot of people playing, it's nearly impossible. It's nearly improbable not to get credit. The downside, obviously, for Sega is that their content gets consumed at a rapid rate. So they have a model that they have to keep putting out events over and over again as fast as possible, right? So there is a downside to that. It makes things less meaningful, right? So that delay gratification that you as a player, that I find that you say can be very gratifying, like something that's hard, something that's challenging, it takes a really long time to work towards. That's the trade-off in the way Sega creates Phantasy Star Online NGS. However, with that said, it's not like those games. Gaming as a service game is all about like trying to get the biggest number of people wanting to be around the biggest number of people on a very average, like a very regular basis. And what Neverwinter has tried to do, or at least what Cryptic tried to do with Neverwinter, is they made it obligatory that you be around for it. Like, hey, you have a summer vacation. It's a shame your summer vacation isn't 10 weeks long. Because you're gonna need to find 30 minutes across those 10 weeks. Not because you have a day off and you want to experience the whole thing and it's your only day off in 10 weeks. That's a different story. Sega does have a mix. Sega has like weeklies, but it's not like the end of the world if you missed a weeklies. It has dailies. It's not the end of the world if you miss dailies. What it attempted to do is it keeps building up a round table of things, and you'll always have something to do, no matter what. Even if you went around and just run, there's a mechanic tracking that. So your character is your life. It's an extension of your life in the game. Like all the time you do, how many mobs you kill, all that is even tracked. Like Sega has tracked everything. I kid you not. They made it so that the entire achievement system they have in the title system gives you like little like gems here and there and whatnot. But everything you do in the game, every single zone, every single like boss fight or mechanic that you have encountered can be modified to your liking. So they're just going to keep building on top of this. They're basically just making it a like a Gary mod kind of thing, where you just simply you go in, you tweak everything to your liking, and then there you go. Play as you please. And your only acknowledgement is they keep giving you titles and flares and stuff. It's like, I did this. That's how you roll. There's no acknowledgement here. Like, if it took me 4 hours because I'm stuck in an instance where everyone just kills everything before I do, that 4 hours is still the same to someone who completed it 10 minutes ago. There's no separation. So like the experience for Neverwinter's structure is extremely varied. To this is the worst garbage I've ever played, and I've wasted so much of my time, to this game hits all the right notes. It's exactly how much time I would spend. it ranges between that, like a 0 and a 10 in experience. There's no normalization. There's no consistency in it. Because it really makes it feel closer to life, ironically, than a video game has ever. It's like, oh, you just weren't here at the right time in the right place. Tough luck, my friend. Get in line for another 30 minutes. What was that? Something came up in real life and you can't play the week this event is live? Well, guess you could wait next year. Yep. To offset like the limited time stuff, what PSO2 does is the value of an item, right? The value of stuff overlaps all the time. So when you miss something, it doesn't mean you're gonna miss it for long, because the next thing that you're available for will overlap in value with the other ones. Now, you might be thinking, oh, but then there's all those people who worked so hard being loyal to the game and stuff. Those people will still play the game, regardless. And they might be a little bit miffed, like, oh, I worked so hard for this. It's like, but the foundations that PSO2 has is the old stuff you have can tend to be turned over into new stuff, even slightly or a little bit more. They're trying to find a balance right now, because the feedback is, oh man, you're introducing equipment too quickly and it's phasing out the old equipment and whatnot, right? But they're getting close. They're getting close to that system where, oh, well, whatever I do now is an investment into the future. So whenever I find time to play, I'll play. That's just the mentality of NGS. So like, oh, I'm gone for 3 months. Don't worry though, I'll be back in 3 months when the new content hits. To I want to play every day because I want to slightly add and future-proof my account over and over again. You get both those types of players. So when you look at player count, it's not very helpful in gauging its success, because there are people who quite literally log in every 3 months only. Those players get tagged and there's no entry or barrier to that. So there's a spike, there's an expected game spike at every total player base spike every update. And it works like, it's clockwork. This game, is there a player spike at each update? There is, I guess. But that player spike is accommodated with a lot of negative criticisms. Like, most of the comments would be like, I don't know why I even came back to this game. That's kind of one of the harsh criticisms. I play this game on a daily basis, so I'm one of those people who, if the game continues to be updated, I'll just consume the content. It's not, I like to see where it goes. Usually when I played a game this long, I kind of want to see it to the end, see where it goes. It's not a big time investment, to be honest. It doesn't stop me from criticizing it though, because there's quite a lot of things that fundamentally became less and less pleasant, or more and more difficult to rationalize. Before this, the last content, it took the gate, I guess, is like 6 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, and then there would be like a 2 to 3 week lull period. So I guess in their infinite wisdom, I suppose, they wanted the content to be stretched out continuously so that it leads into the next content update. I respectfully respectfully disagree with that approach. That approach will ultimately create more negative sentiments than positive ones, given the current state of expectations. A lull period is actually very, very encouraged. Like a period where it doesn't feel like you're always constantly obligated to play a game because you have to set a specific time, a prescribed time to play the game. In this case, this is on a week by week basis. There's no they did do some stuff. Like there's some stuff that they did for quality things. So the gaming as a service stuff did well. I don't know if you have this in Tower of Fantasy, son, where when you have battle passes, right? This stuff, what they do is they stack up. So like if you miss a day, that's fine. Your previous day credit rolls over. So the opportunity rolls over. That's something that most, like, it's the bare minimum for gaming as a service games. So like these would be in the form of daily quests that stack up over time, or challenges that stack up over time. So you don't have to be here every day or even every week. This game only has the grace period of 3 days. That's like bare minimum 3 rollover credit days. So you could play every 3 days. And then they have the weekly caps. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so they're structuring it in that way where like there's a month period, then there's a week period, then there's a daily period, right? So they're working on it, and I think that's all right. In this game also, when you buy a pass, it's forever. So what I mean is you do not have a 3-month period. It just lifts the period, so you can complete it at any time. The downside is you can complete it at any time, but it is still time gated itself. So for the period, how you progress is still time gated, even though you purchase something that lifts it to infinity. So it's a mixed message. So like when you buy these battle passes, if you buy the battle pass, right, you get premium tasks. But this battle pass, this like thing, was only available for a limited time, right? Limited time. But when you buy the bottom, there's no more time. Like there's no time limit. It just gets lifted, right? So, however, the entire campaign, like the story and all that stuff, is time gated itself. And then after the event is over, it's still time gated. So you purchase something with no time limit, but they don't lift the time gate after the event period is over. So you pay for something you have to wait for. It makes sense about the competitive edge, you know, like when the event is going, sure, fair enough. Like everyone is on the same page. You don't get like, but it does not lift the time gate after the event is over, in which that means anyone who bought and anyone who didn't buy wouldn't be able to complete it anyways. And then they resell those battle passes. You see what I'm getting at now? Like the event is over, but they can still resell those battle passes if you missed out. And that's where it gets a little bit shady. Just a wee bit shady. Because the battle passes have unique things, or they're trying to make unique things. The newest battle pass doesn't have any unique things now. So I hope they change, in my opinion, since they don't have unique things anymore. I like to think that they lift the time gate, but based on the structure, it looks like it's still the same deal. It's like mixed messages. You pay for something that demands time, very specific time from you, but if you don't and play the game during that time, you're still behind a paywall to get the unique thing. So it's not one way or the other. It's like halfway this and halfway that. So neither group is relatively happy. Heck, in this case, they had an old system where you basically just pay for it. I don't know, like you just pay for it and you get everything. That's it. You don't even play the game. You can just pay for it and it completes itself. That's it. It's called a buyout. And that used to be the old way or the older way, this stuff still happens. You just pay for buyout. Like for example, right now there's an event going on and I'm sure, wait, maybe you can't. Oh yeah, here it is. So instead of playing the game, right, to do the exact same thing to get this, you could just buy it. If you don't have enough time, you just buy it. That's it. It's the pay for convenience model. So personally, for me, that moving away from that was a nice touch. Man, I can't freaking find spiders. It's always spiders here. Such a low spawn rate. Do you have any Tower of Fantasy quests where like the freaking spawn rate? And this is compounded. It's even worse because whenever there's another player, it also means you have to. I just have to kill these eggs. Wait, can I poke these eggs? Ooh. Old. Wait. I think I've done this incorrectly. Wait. If I just let the egg sac hatch, there are spiders. Maybe I'm incorrect about this. Maybe this is how you do it. Hey buddy, do you want to complete this heroic with me? Come on buddy. I know you see me engaging. Let's go. Hello? No? I can complete it on my own. I do need this completion though. Oh, we can talk a lot about gaming as a service now. Now that you play one, it would be fun to compare Tower of Fantasy. Can't think of any quest like that. The most annoying thing to do is story though. It's just so really. Do they have like cutscenes and whatnot? This one, not particularly. It's just about completing tasks, to be honest. I still listen to most of the dialogue though. Just to like listen to people's, oh hey, thanks for coming and helping. Thanks. Right then. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Nice. Thank you. Thanks. See, that's how I feel about this game. Literally that guy just shows up at the last second and like, oh yeah, thanks. It would be, I would have appreciated it if it was like 2 minutes ago, but you know. And it's not even fostered by, it's just the idea that it's about efficiency in this game. And if you scaled all the encounters and all that stuff to a single player, I'm fine with that. Like, just do that. I actually this game horrendously encourages people to be solo players. So give me a solo region, basically. Let me have a solo region or party region. Not much cutscene, it's just, well, yeah, it's a lot of go-to point. Oh yeah, that is the life of an MMO, a gaming as a service MMO even, but it's not even specific to that. The mentality changes completely when I'm playing like a different game. Like this guy here, he's gonna stand here and he looks at me and it's like, oh yeah, that guy's going after prisoners, so I'm just gonna leave as a courtesy, right? But the idea is it shouldn't even be a courtesy. If I rescue this person, that guy should be encouraged just to help and we both get credit, right? So this guy's doing the exact same thing. Should I leave to give the courtesy to the person? They weren't getting prisoners though. Nice. They were just killing drow. So that one worked out. So that person happens to be on a different quest than I was. But I'm telling you, there's so many times where like, there's the last prisoner. Someone comes by and interacts with it before you, and it doesn't count. You can only interact one at a time. It's not individual based most of the time. Which other gaming, like other MMOs, have pretty much changed that from now on, where these type of interaction points are individual based. Sometimes it is. It's kind of weird. It's inconsistent. If there's anything really consistent about Cryptic's design, is it's inconsistent. Consistently inconsistent. Sometimes quests are like shareable, sometimes they aren't. Sometimes two people can interact with the same thing, and then sometimes you can't. It's the ones that you can't interact with the same thing and someone just comes by. Like, so that guy, right? He's doing something. He saw me here sitting, killing a mob on top of something that that person probably wants to interact with. And if this person ends up interacting with this, yeah, that's what I thought. There was one time I killed something, right? I waited 30 minutes to kill this spawn because I got tired of running around and then someone coming by and killing it. And it takes me 10 minutes again to find it. So I sat in one location and I just like insta-gib this thing because I knew the spawn timer, right? And this person out of nowhere, I don't even see this person's avatar. They're like, dude, gee, why would you kill it? Why didn't you wait for me? And it's like, wow, that's really rude. And I'm like, oh, good for you. So you mean me? How do you know how long I've been here? Like I've AFK'd for 30 minutes. Oh, and this game has an idle timeout, which they added because of, you know, people who exploit or what have you. That's like a legacy of an old design. Nowadays, the things that require on a quest time, you should just remove that idle timer because it actually quite literally a lot easier for a player to stand in one spot and just wait for things to spawn on that one spot because you've designed the game where idling for more than your timer is a normal thing. And now you're forcing players to sit here and having to hit W every like 10 minutes, even though the things you require to do requires more than 10 minutes of idle timing. It's something else. It's something else. But it's not as bad when, in fact, when the game becomes less and less popular, things become a little bit more and more enjoyable. It's ironic because things. As a dev, you kind of want your game to be more and more popular, but you continue to design things that are making it more and more desirable to not be around other players. The less and less popular this game gets, the more and more the design feels nice. So instead of whenever a title is launched, right, whenever a new content is launched, it's recommended that you just wait. Don't play it. Just wait till this goes out of style and then come back and play it when there's no one else playing it. It's faster, it feels nice, it's some busy work. Yeah. So they keep making a design, in my opinion. They keep designing this game to make it frustrating when the game is popular. When the game is not popular, it's not frustrating. It's enjoyable. If you have a small group of friends, it's always going to be enjoyable, because if you all decide to play it when it's not launched, and then you all are committed enough to play all the party games, like all the party like dungeons and raids, if you have 10 people who always play on the off time, it's excellent. However, now that it's a gaming as a service game, you can't do that anymore. So you have to either decide to change your design language to always benefit a popularized game so that you can do your gaming as a service model, or abandon the gaming as a service model, which is not an option anymore, and go back to the old times where you design games where there's no time limit, there's no limited events. The stuff is just there, so any group of friends could just pick up and go. And they can choose when to play, because if it's too crowded, it's unfun. It's like legitimately very dissatisfying when the game is popular. But now that they're going to gaming as a service game, they have to change their design language. Their design language has to put forth what kind of designs you need to make to have it less frustrating when if you believe your game is going to become popular because of gaming as a service. You have to keep designing things that make it so that it doesn't feel frustrating to play with more people. This game so far, though, since they changed to this gaming as a service approach, they're still trying to find it. They're trying to find that balance of how can we recycle old assets? How can we redesign the stuff we have available so that we don't like lose the value in all the years we've made this game? How we can restructure that so that it flows well with gaming as a service. Just hopefully they find it soon. It's not this. This is probably the low point. The third week of this campaign is easily the worst, like without a doubt. It's no different from the first 2 weeks, except one minor exception that requires party play. The third week is identical to the first 2 weeks, and it even has a design flaw, in my opinion, where the third week unlocks a quest line that does not reward you for progress. In fact, it is encouraged not to do that. I did it with one of my characters just to see if there's any catch at the end. There isn't. In fact, it's even worse. You get negative value. You lose out on value on the fourth week. So I'm on my second character now, and I'm going to deliberately not do anything in the main quest line, because I don't know if it's an oversight or something, or they're assuming players who still play this game don't cap out their weekly currency. It's like less than 40 minutes. The natural threshold for someone who plays games like this, like gaming as a service games, they would play for at least an hour across a week. So they're still, in my opinion, they're still trying to figure out what the minimum threshold is. But this wouldn't be for me. Like, even if I had a day job, I would still be able to find 1 hour across a week to play this. So capping it like that is amazingly and brutally disconnected. With that said, though, it's like their second year trying to create a gaming as a service game, so that's fine. I guess. You have to learn somehow, right? Like you know, when you say, son, when you say you have too many things to do in Tower Fantasy, the amount of time you play in 1 day of Tower Fantasy, you would have a max level character by now. You would be very close you'd be very close to being able to enter the zone. It's pretty, it's very low. Like, it's very low maintenance. The game is very low maintenance, which is nice in my opinion. It's one of the strongest selling points. However, it baffles me every time they try to stretch it instead of focusing on making be like, I unlock this is gonna unlock a new quest line, and everything after this quest line is moot because I can't get any more currency this week. So I'm just gonna change to my other character. I do this 3 times in a row just to see if I miss something. Actually, I'm gonna take these boxes. I still don't mind doing this 3 times in a row. It's such a low threshold. Oh yeah, I timed it the other day. Daily routine for it is about 30 minutes or so, so I'm getting quick and doing it. If I want to skip the yep. That's how I think that's, in my opinion, in Neverwinter they struck this too. It's about similar. It's just the structure of progress is different for Neverwinter than like what you're describing Tower Fantasy. In PSO2, it's that too. It's 30 minutes if you kind of like want to slowly lean towards completing the weeklies early, but it's really like 15 minutes if you just want to do the bare minimum. And then, you know, if you're thinking you're going to do 15 minutes each day, you're still going to complete the weekly by then. But if you do like 30 minutes today, maybe you'll play a little longer, 40 minutes the next day, you'll probably complete your weekly with 3 days left over. So all the tasks and progress overlap with each other. So it makes it feel like if you want to play now, you can get it done because you have more time today. You want to lounge around more. In this game, the threshold is so low that you have no incentive, like playing it because you want to play it. That's not a thing in this game. You're most of the players that are left over in this game have to be incentivized to play. And if your only incentive is a battle pass, that's a hard sell. So it does feel like I don't disagree with, I mean, I can understand and appreciate when people say this game has become pay to win, because you have to pay for the content, or like you have to pay to feel like you're encouraged to play. When I'm bored, I just get on PSO2 NGS, because no matter what I do on NGS, I'm just hoarding resources. Those resources will inevitably always be meaningful. Sega has this this stack system where even the first objects you get incrementally, relatively contributes to something in the future. And when there are leftover things, they are constantly turning them over. So like, for example, you have, I don't know, 8 billion stacks of this thing that's consuming your inventory. The next update is probably converting these 8 million stacks to 4 million stacks of the next thing. And then you convert that 4 million stacks into 2 million stacks. It's constantly turning over. So when you feel like playing, if the game feels good, you're just gonna pop in and play. It's like, it doesn't feel like you just spent 30 minutes sitting in a spawn point and you got 0 done. Or it doesn't feel like, oh, I already capped. I really want to play this game, but I'm already capped. So I'm just gonna wait. And over time, right? At first, it could be a little annoying. Like for me, like if I was a player who's expecting to play every day, it could get a little annoying. But if you only play this game and you continuously only play, you're gonna get used to it. So then it's gonna be like, yep, Tuesday's the day I play Neverwinter. All right, see you next week. That's how it is now, and that's how my perspective is now for this. Like, it used to be, oh, I get on, I'm gonna do this thing, cool, people are gonna get on, do this thing. But now it's more like, got it done, see you next week. It's like, well, and then now it's getting even worse, where it's like, well, it's not that important, see you next 3 months. That's it's getting to that point where like, I don't even want to log in. I don't even want to log in to do weekly things because it's so heavily time gated. And if I had to make a comparison, you might think, oh, that's because Cryptic, one of the arguments would be like, oh, Cryptic doesn't make it worth your time. Like, no. SO2 NGS, the stuff you do as a daily and a weekly, that stuff, barely worth anything compared to the value you get from Neverwinter. In fact, one of the things that drove this game's population away is they couldn't keep up that. Like, Cryptic actually legitimately keeps trying to come up with new things that are very valuable, like super valuable. It's not, but the thing about very valuable things is they don't appreciate. So Cryptic created, every time there's a new thing, it doesn't appreciate in value. It's you get it and it's lost in the next update. In PSO2, everything you do appreciates. It contributes to the future. So even if it's this tiny thing, like if you saved 10 cents today, but you save 10 cents every single day, you know that 10 cents will be a lot over a course of a long time. That's in my opinion, is the philosophy of gaming as a service games. You feel like you're working, you're growing, you're churning your character. This game hits the reset button. It supersedes. There hasn't been a design still to this day where it feels like I want to play more of this game, knowing that whatever I do now will be future proofed, right? So there's this in-game currency, which you're familiar with. Tower of Fantasy should have an in-game currency that accrues over time. But this in-game currency, like Tower of Fantasy, is probably capped. Like, it's capped maybe on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. So that's fair, right? But this cap is horrendously not updated with the economy of this game. Unlike Tower of Fantasy, the economy of this game is completely user determined. It's the old school style where like the auction house is determined by supply and demand. A lot of modern gaming as a service game kind of abandoned this structure. PSO2 NGS does have an auction house, which is determined by player base. But the things that are sold are almost unanimously just for flexing, just for like barely quality of life stuff. So it's economy, while people keep fixating on, that's the biggest criticism. It has this economy thing that the users are creating, which that's fair, but they couldn't like Sega could have just scrapped that whole thing too. But it's a legacy thing, and Neverwinter also has this legacy thing where auction house, supply and demand, right? You can resell your stuff and whatnot. So that's there. But the stuff that upkeeps the gaming as a service, it's capped to a point where it's not in line with gaming as a service. It doesn't feel like it. Anyways, you come in, you play for 30 minutes, you're capped for the entire week. Or you want to play for 15 minutes, but sometimes you want to play an hour or two, like 1 hour, 2 hours. It's like, today I'm really feeling it. Nah, you stop at 15 minutes. Just stop. You're so hardwired to be incentivized. And this doesn't carry over. Once I'm done with this, right, I'll get on PSO2, and it's indeterminate how long I'm going to be playing PSO2 today. Final Fantasy 14 has an auction house, some servers have. Yeah. That's the age old, but Final Fantasy 14 is not a gaming as a service game. So it's retaining the legacy that Neverwinter has and World of Warcraft. Like, the Neverwinter wasn't a gaming as a service game until now. So they're transitioning. So there's a lot of things that are left over from the legacy. So auction house is one of them. And I don't know how effective that's going to be in the future, because the model to make battle passes and being on relatively fruitful, and the point of the game, you have to remove systems that bypasses that, introduces unnecessary rarity, unnecessary value system that breaks the need to be on a game, which is, I don't know what they're going to do. It's going to be interesting if they just keep going until the auction house becomes irrelevant, or how they're going to bridge this. But games like that start off as a gaming as a service tend to structure the value system of the auction house to things that aren't game dependent. Unfortunately, now it's like for this game, a lot of times when something comes up, right? When a battle pass comes up, there's a reward. The first complaint is, oh my gosh, this is bound on account. Like, I can't even sell this. Like, what if I don't want this and I want to sell it? I want to spend money, but I still want to sell the value. That's the dialogue that happens all the time when a game has a battle pass and an auction house that's legacied in. Final Fantasy 14 just doesn't have like battle pass premiums and whatnot. The stuff that people could inflate the price, like completely inflate the price. There are still stuff, that Final Fantasy 14 has to contend with when it comes to like limited edition stuff, but those things are truly limited edition, and they don't like flex really hard. In this game, every time when a new battle pass is announced, right now, anytime something new is announced, and it will have like a reward that's unique to a battle pass, the first comment is, why can't I sell this? I spent money on this. Why can't I sell it to give myself an edge? You're gonna kill your service, gaming as a service model, if your main complaint is your main source of revenue, in my opinion. Like, it's a cycle of negativity. So they just recently announced a new battle pass, like each time there's a new campaign in this game, halfway through, it will release a new battle pass. And the battle pass is like thematically just something you play during this period and you get stuff. Now the bottom track, the premium track, has no unique rewards, which is in line with other gaming as a service games. The moment your battle pass starts having unique items, it inflates the auction house. You see what I mean? So like, then everyone's gonna say, what are they gonna say? Pay to win. This game is pay to win. That's the first sentiment you wanna reduce, right? So they are doing that. It's disappointing to me because I'm a person who could get it, you know, like get the premium stuff. So I'm also bridging with the game. Like, there was a time when if you're loyal and you have a lot of resources, you get unique things that other players don't. That is the old system. That's what the auction house preys on. Like, hey, I got this limited edition thing. Pay me an arm and a leg. I get the value back for being around. You get, that's going away in Neverwinter. It's slowly being phased away. So now it's introducing, like, all the older players are kind of like trickling away. But the goal is they're hoping that when they're transitioning, in my opinion, if I had to guess, they're hoping this transition, they're bringing in, you know, more or steady state with the older players phasing away who would go towards Final Fantasy 14, Elder Scrolls Online, World of Warcraft. So those players are gonna effectively phase back to the older models. Like the mod, it's not to say older as in bad or older as in good. It's just the other models, the existing models. Like those are what they want. But this game is not that anymore. So whenever there's a new pass or a new premium item, they don't have unique non-overlapping assets because the auction house still exists. And maybe eventually the auction house is just gone. So what have they done to alleviate this? Back in the day, you had mounts, right? It's true for pretty much everything so far in the game. Back in the day, everything was one-time use. So like when you look at a mount, it used to just say this account thing wasn't there before. So what you do is you buy a mount, you put it on a character, say, yes, now I'm never going to play another character ever again to increase my playtime in this game. I don't want to explore because it costs so much. Now, mounts and something else called companions in this game, most of the assets are account wide. So now when you buy one of these, you no longer am ever interested in ever buying another one. So effectively, this has been happening in the last 2 years or more actually. So eventually people are not going to sell these things either. But these things come from loot boxes, which is left over from when Neverwinter was not a gaming as a service game. So it's kind of like Sun, he just played Tower of Fantasy and he missed 3 50-50 rolls. If it was Neverwinter, right? He could choose to roll 3 times, or when it's released, he could just farm like a month longer and get it later guaranteed by paying someone else for the gacha. That's how I played Neverwinter. That's how I played World of Warcraft. That's how I play. Instead of me gambling on stuff, I always take the long track. So I always play longer, play more, work on efficiency. So like World of Warcraft, for example, when people started brainstorming about the DKP system, the dragon kill, the dragon kill points. I was DKP hoarder. Immediately, I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna even gamble. I'm just gonna help people. I like playing this game. No matter what I do in this game, it will get me a guaranteed progress. And that's how it went, right? Like that's how I bypassed the auction house stuff. This is not that game anymore. It doesn't do this anymore. Now, when you land on it or you buy it, you never have to buy it again. So effectively soon, these prices are just gonna go through the roof only because no one is bothering with it anymore. Not because there's a high supply for it. So right now, everything's being driven down because there's still a model of getting these things and it just keeps plummeting. So auction house effectively is either going to be, it's just going to be obsolete in some point. And then maybe there's going to be a different system, like maybe an in-game store that helps convert fair value to an item, to like companions and mounts and stuff. But right now, it's deflating. It's deflating which is great because supply has it's crazy supply and like next to zero demand. Yeah, so it's doing the opposite now, and a lot of people are getting angry because the older players, what they did was they play the market. You know what I mean? Like they played the market. There are players in like World of Warcraft and stuff. I got to the point in World of Warcraft, I was just trading up. Like, I have a lot of gold. How do I convert 600 gold through many trades to come back with 2,000 gold in value back then trade up some more, and I turned the 2,000 gold into 3,000 gold. You can do that in Final Fantasy 14. You always trade up for services. Like if I spend 600 gold to get these things that are really 1,000 gold worth of value, if I do one extra thing, so I trade the 600 gold for this stuff and then spend another like 2 hours getting something and then convert that 600 into 1,000, that's only 2 hours to gain 400 gold on my value. So you do all that, but in this game it's not that anymore. It isn't. Whenever something comes out, you spend money directly to the devs, right? Buy it, you land on it, you never buy it from anyone else. So it's effectively phasing out the auction house. And to me, that is on the track to making this game a gaming as a service game. And then what can the auction house be used for? Just cosmetics. Like later on, start introducing back into it cosmetics, aesthetics, anything that's superficial to the game. And that's what Sega has right now in Fantasy's NGS. They still allow like equipment selling and whatnot, but that is like irrelevant. No one ever think about that. It's like if you have a lot of money and you just don't want to play the game, then sure, you can buy it. It's up to you. But yeah, that's how. Hey Rage, what's up? Yeah, so if I say I would give it another year or two before they do something, like they capitalize on that. It's my call, but right now though, it's growing pains. It's quite a bit of growing pains on their design. Their design language is not in line at the moment, but it's a transition period, so then you have to give time for them to transition. Nevertheless, so far the experience is like a 3.5 out of 10. It's actually below average from the previous stuff at the moment, but you kind of expect growing pains. Son is playing Tower of Fantasy, so we're kind of comparing and contrasting. How's Pokemon going? Josh, how is Pokemon going? I don't remember which version you were playing. I really can't tell that stuff. It's been a hot minute since I played a Game Freak game. No. Oh yeah. Yeah, then just gotta do the last mission on each story. You got Scarlet. Wait, what do you mean? Are you telling me you're like at the end of the game? Oh, I see. I was wondering what shiny meant. There are a bunch of people who like play the Pokemon community game, and it's like so and so shiny, and I wasn't very sure what that means. Is that like a rare version of something? Is that how that works? Sorry. I didn't set up something and I'm not going to. 4, okay. Oh, okay. Fair enough. One thing I would say is I would love to show some of PSO NGS, but it's not like I'm not like I like doing like the efficiency farming stuff, but the stuff that really is more appropriate for like content creation are the people who are doing like skill-based tasks, like just showing off time travel trials and stuff. There's so many things in my opinion that the PSO2 team is getting setting up is phenomenal. But there are certain things that are more entertaining to watch than other things. I'm sure it's a oh, that's kind of nice. It gives you an incentive to be a gotta catch 'em all, right? Yeah, man, I just can't believe the third week of this campaign is exactly identical to the first week. Man, that is such a low point. I'm at okay, 400. That's a lot. I can tell you Monster Sanctuary does not have 400. But I can tell you that Monster Sanctuary does a lot of things that I really thought in a parallel universe Game Freak would have already introduced into their like pipeline. Monster Sanctuary had some unbelievably satisfying combat. And exploration was like the bee's knees. I mean, it's a Metrovania game, so exploration is like inherently the thing. It's part of the genre. Like, if you don't like exploring, you shouldn't be playing a Metrovania game. But man, oh, how's Warzone? How's Confer said it's still not his cup of tea. I think he tried earlier, and then he tried again recently with the launch. What is your take on it? How do you feel about it so far? Warzone 2.0. Am I killing bugs? Spooters? I'm killing spooters. I don't think I'm gonna survive this though. Man. Maybe I'll survive this. Oh yeah, that's right. So I have this horn on me. I do have to admit though, if I had to say something about like combat systems, I still really like this game's combat system. Without a doubt, it's still, you'd be surprised how I mean, when it comes to how dramatically things change, like other games I played where they would like modify their combat system and whatnot over the years, this one's probably the one that stayed easily one of the most consistent. It's also why I have reservations about playing like Final Fantasy 14 and stuff. It's because I've gotten so used to combat MMOs. Even though that type of like moniker, the idea of combat MMOs were still not really strongly solidified when Neverwinter Online came out. And Terra was around the same time. I think Terra Online came out maybe even 2 years before this. This was 2013. I think Terra Online was 2011. I might be thinking about a different game, but I think Terra was a little bit earlier. I know it's not a hard heroic rage. I play 3 characters through this already. Yes. But probably not in the same way. My sentiments are a little bit different. It's more the traditional tab targeting hasn't evolved into something else. Then it's about going back to something that fundamentally hadn't changed, as opposed to there's a difference. Like, it's not, I'm not saying I don't like, you're comparing apples and oranges. Well, my sentiments is, it's just it hasn't changed fundamentally. There isn't something newer to explore, what I'm saying. Because like I play a lot of tap targeting things. They're just not Final Fantasy 14. Dang it, I just wanted to get this credit. Come on, folks, gather up. Actually, the most common type of game I play does deal with tap targeting. But not in an MMO sense. PSO2 has a mix. PSO2 has a mixed tap targeting thing. You can even tap target or manual aim if you want it. But most people prefer the tap targeting. I do too. Like as a range, like if I'm on a ranger or a gunner, or any tech, like a Tector Force, or a Waker class, I would use tap targeting. From time to time, I would use manual over-the-shoulder aiming in that game. There hasn't been a boss that requires you to use manual aiming. There are a few bosses you swap between tap targeting and over-the-shoulder aiming because the boss's like model is too big. Hybrid you can play as a yeah. So the only time over the shoulder became really useful in PSO2 is when you tap target, the boss has too many body parts, right? And as a range player, sometimes the tap targeting would prioritize the proximity. So you're trying to tap target onto like the boss's weak spot, but there's something else in front. So every time you tap target, it keeps cycling. It takes a couple taps to get there. So instead, you just go over the shoulder and just aim at the weak spot. Since most of PSO2's bosses, they're multi-parts. Except for like very duelist like bosses who only has like one part. To this day, I think PSO2 has the best combat mixture for myself personally, preference like that I'm currently playing, because it has it's three-dimensional movement, so you have to be airborne a lot. It's not the most engaging content though. Like for some people, I think the thing that keeps them from committing to a game like PSO2 is the content. It's more like moshing, like crowd moshing. You're either crowd moshing or you're a speedrunner. So if you're not really into speedrunning, it's Sega's forte, right? It's Sega. Gotta go fast. Gotta go efficient. I'm just here for the credit for this one. I don't really want to attack this guy, but we need one more heroic encounter, but that's fine. I thought this was gonna be a much shorter waiting period, but I was ranting. So it was a good time to go idle. Yeah, so nowadays, like the content creators are the people who do mods, like mod running. That's what PSO2 is setting up for. Things like a solo sub 3-minute run with, 300% modifier on everything and in a randomizer in a trial or something. Done under 3 minutes, solo, like force or something like that. And they just keep doing that. So PSO2 NGS has like an entire, effectively just speedrun flex thing. It's what I thought Neverwinter could have been a little bit, with like the modifiers that they're kind of leaning into, touching their toes and experimenting every once in a while. But it's not like going ham on it. And then the other side is just grind, or not grind, but more like just kill things really, really fast. Kill like things really, really fast as a group. Like the faster, I need to tag this. The faster as a group you can kill things, the more satisfying it is. Like it's so fast. If you're part of a elite group, the game stops spawning things because they ran out of spawns. You saw me try Dragon Slayer hunts? Yeah. I tried? What do you mean by tried? I mean, they were fine. You mean I completed them? Because it's been a while since I tried anything. Oh, you inspected me during a dragon fight. When was that? Oh, you mean... No, I don't... You're talking about, like, the darkness thing, not the dragon slayer thing. I was like, how do you inspect me during a dragon slaying thing? This is my third character, yeah. We're just completing week 3. I usually do it on these 3 characters. Gotta bootstrap a little, you know? Because I have element which can be gained from the campaign on. Oh, this? Yeah. Yeah, I completed the Dragon Slayer thing on all 3 characters. I was just tanking. You just needed to tank. You just sit there, twiddle your thumbs. Well, not really. You kill the dragons for other people. In case the healer is like struggling. Tanking is a surefire way to beat the dragons, even though it does take a really long time when you get a few people drop out. After 8 years of playing this game, I still can't commit myself to play with mobile loons, and now I'm just killing the Throne and Liberty get released. Killing time till I don't know what Throne and Liberty is. 8+ years, huh? I don't see how that's relevant, but yeah, that's a really long time. Moss. I keep forgetting I'm looking for Moss. As a healer main air game, I play a good tank as needed. I play support most of the time, but this game is a hybrid game, so you don't really, I mean, except for healers, like except for healing. So I guess you play the one support role, but this game is a hybrid role game. I heal when I want to just sit there and watch a movie. Yeah, I mean, just so you know, I'm only saying that because I have played this game a while as well, and I have tanked for most of it, like tank healing for most of it. And tank is most definitely a hybrid role, contrasting to anyone who comes to this game expecting a Western fantasy role where the tank just holds aggro and hopes to mitigate damage. In this game, you get 1-2 KO'd all the time as a tank. It's just the way it's designed. So you're more like a fancy foot. You're more like a barbarian from a Diablo game than you are a warrior from World of Warcraft. Or a paladin from a World of Warcraft. I think that'd be a better comparison. You're not playing like a paladin in World of Warcraft. You're more playing like a barbarian with a whirlwind. You take enough hits for the team to succeed by killing the opponent before you die too many times. In the end, all here in Neverwinter play . I can't relate because you made a comment that you only play one tune, and that is very, very a perspective coming from someone who can only find themselves playing one tune. I will continue to echo my sentiments. I probably don't share. I can't empathize with your comment. That's a comment coming from a person who only plays one tune. I see where you're going though. It's the 1-2 mentality though. Drowse. Okay. That's what I love about it. You only need 1-2, no alts needed. It's not needed. Don't get me wrong. I play multiple tunes because it's fun. It's not because it's needed. Rage is a very successful player playing largely just one tune. That's why he doesn't want to play another tune. This game doesn't incentivize playing other tunes because it's absolutely not needed. However, with that said, I actually don't like that part of the game. I don't like the part about the game where it's not needed. In Phantasy Star Online, like in NGS, you play multiple classes. You always have one tune. You generally have one tune, but you play all the weapons and classes. Oh, you can't. Yeah. You play one class per tune, but it takes 40 minutes for you to get max level. And remember I mentioned the account bound stuff? Since they're moving to gaming as a service, it's irrelevant what the tune is, because all the stuff is transferable. Or like they're duplicated. They're not actually, they're literally duplicated, as opposed to you have to buy an outfit more than one tune now. So it's going like that. You could just delete that, you know what I mean? Like, so they have to move from what you said. It's true in the beginning. Neverwinter was like that, where it sucks to make another tune because you can only have one class, but the game itself really wasn't designed to have multiple tunes anyways. Like most people only played one tune the entire time. Like that's the legacy of Neverwinter. Now you have a game that's gaming as a service game where the majority of players are new, not old. The majority of players you're expecting are new. Now what do I do? Well, you have to flex. You have to flex multiple tunes because the population is low until the transition is successful. In NGS, people usually play one class still. They still have a predominant class, but in NGS, for me, all my classes are on one tune. So the tune itself is still just a vehicle, and then the rest. So what Sega did was you could play one tune and you can level all your other classes really easily, because if you don't want to play those classes but you kind of want the option to play those classes, you could just play your favorite class and slot in your second class and level all those up. It's a very minimum effort. So NGS alleviated that. You play one tune and you play all 10 classes. And in all 10 classes, you basically get the resources to play all 20 weapons. I think it's 20 weapons. I don't remember. Like a class can have multiple weapons. They have at least 2 weapons. And then yeah, so I like that system a lot more. Like Warframe, right? The frame are your classes, but you're still one tune, for example. And then you have your favorites. It's like your Armada and, you know, stuff. This game is going in that direction. So now I play 3 tunes because of it. I used to only play 1 tune, if at most like 1.5 tunes. But since most things are count bound now, I play at least 3 tunes. And the only reason I play the 3 tunes is because I play the 3 tank classes. So when someone asks me a question and it's very specific to tanking, I can, you know, answer some of it, maybe from experience, something. I do play 2 other tunes. I actually play 5, but the other 2, my motivation is not that fantastic for this game. I play the other 3 healers too. One of the healer is also a tank, so I only have to play 2 other tunes, which is the warlock and the cleric. So I play 5 tunes, but the healers are on the back burner because there's no incentive for me. Like, I can't compel myself to do this more than 3 times. So that's on the back burner. But I do have enough fundamentals of the 3 healing and the 3 tanking ones. DPS is DPS. It's, if you ever played a fighting game, you can DPS. That's a really reductive, but what I'm talking about is like if you grew up with the foundations of game mechanics regarding like fighting games and whatnot, it eases the way to see the interactions. Unless you also, if you like roguelike games. Roguelike games tend to challenge your stringing, how you find interactions. And you can splash in a little bit ARPG like Diablo and stuff. You find interactions and you string them. That's what, and then you have situational awareness. Diablo doesn't give you situational awareness. Fighting games do. So fundamentally, DPS deals with efficiency of stringing. And that comes with anyone who plays indie games nowadays. The challenge of an indie game in most like roguelikes and stuff is to figure out all the interactions. If you're too limited in your game pool, I can see how that someone's opinion could differ from mine. But pain giving is efficiency in stringing and interactions. It's not dependent on situational awareness. Like situational awareness in pain giving is the lowest of the 3 roles, of the 3 Trinity roles. Situational awareness is probably at the height for healers, and then tanks come second. Tanks also need to understand stat work, how like the game theory, how the game mechanics work on stats, because there's mandatory damage. You have no there's player aptitude that can't exceed certain understanding and fundamentals of the math behind the game. That's something that's not shared between the other 2. The other 2 are relatively low compared to a tank's role. Like to have everything, so like range, DPS. Yeah, that's fair. I don't have time for that. So when I say I have one of everything, I do. But are they proficient to the extent? I don't have time for that. Or I don't have enough time. Or arrangement. Generally speaking, I tend to be on the cautious side when people ask questions. It's a threshold of professionalism, I guess, from my career. Having one of everything is nice. You have the flexibility and whatnot. But when I was talking about playing, I do play with all this stuff, but I was referring to what I actually know about this stuff. I play the 3 tanks habitually to be a person who can be fairly reliable in terms of understanding the fundamentals. So the thing is, like, this game is a combat MMO, right? So it's almost like NGS, where if you're really good, you can largely mitigate most things. But this game is still a Western MMO too, and tanks are still designed with that language. You're not a dodge tank, right? You're not a mitigation tank. You're also a meat shield in this game. It still retains the identity of meat shielding. So if you don't understand how stats work as a tank, a meat shield can be a paper shield. So there's an element of like, I gotta sit down and do the books. Unlike, like, for example, Sun would appreciate this. Like in Dark Souls, like in a Souls game, right? You could choose to be a tanky character, and you could just like brute force tank something. That's where that RPG element still exists, in the scaling RPG element that exists in Souls, right? But in this game, it's a hybrid game. So the problem with a hybrid game is you will attract the extreme ends. You'll attract players that still think this game is solely a meat shield game, which honestly, it can be solely a meat shield game. However, the most efficient path is those two: situational awareness, the quality of situational awareness, and statting. So to effectively do more stuff as a hybrid player on a tank player, you situationally avoid certain damage while mitigating when the damage source is obligatory. Backed by stats, you can do a lot more, like effectively a lot more. So you block when you need to block. You take the chip damage that's mandatory because your stats are great. And then situational awareness allows you to capitalize on using, extending your stats more in its value. With all that said, this game is a casual game. So everything I just said was just coming from someone who enjoys the game and the fundamentals of the game. You don't need any, it's rare that this game would challenge, or would have a sufficiency that's really high, that requires all these things I'm describing. It's very limited. So generally speaking, you can still get away with just overstatting and meat shielding everything, which creates this stereotype of, hey, a player's like, oh, we succeeded. We had this fantastic meat shield guy. And then the moment they meet a non-meat shield guy, it's like, dude, can you tank correctly, please? I'm like, no, I can't. Because your world only includes one way of tanking. It's also the basic objective truth that when someone restricts themselves on their aptitude, like if they're not compelled to do something and other things different ways, then you have to also be realistic with yourself and understand that your proficiency in a game is restricted by that too. So I respect anyone who says they're very good at something, but when they say they're very good at a game, like specifically a game, I'm taking it as the qualifications of understanding the entire game. In this game, I would say the subset of tanking is something I'm most proficient at because of the frequency of time that I've dedicated to it. But I wouldn't ever go boldly and say I don't know. I wouldn't boldly say, oh, I played this for 10 years. Well, what'd you do for those 10 years? Did you only play one tune? All right. Then be specific about it. Because the moment I would ask, it's like, oh man, okay, well, I have problems with this specific cleric build. Can you inform me? And I say, oh, wait. I need a conditional. I only played this type of archetype for those 10 years. Oh no, I'm just going on a rant. Yeah, I'm a flex player too, and it's I enjoy flexing, right? It's kind of funny when people you know how the modern meaning of flexing, I'm like, man, every time I use that word, it's more like flexing as a resort, like, you know, as a compromise. Whenever I say I'm flexing, I mean I'm filling. You know what I mean? Like, I'm filling a role, which means that it comes with deficiencies, right? So a lot of times a game like this, which have long encouraged solo play, like solo tune play, it's gotten to the point where people measure their aptitude and their legacy by how skill capped they are. That might sound a little mean or insensitive, but the more you restrict yourself in a game to preferences, the more you're skill capped. That's just, I don't know how to say it other than that's just facts. You are skill capped if you only practice a subset of aptitudes. It's not to say the thing you're practicing doesn't have a great high glass ceiling. Like, the ceiling in the subset could be really, really high, but you are skill capped. You are still capped because you don't fundamentally do anything else, right? Like, that's the reasonable thing. Like, I can acknowledge that someone's very good at a specific skill set because they've dedicated their lives to it, but there's no way I can acknowledge comfortably that they have a high skill cap. You have far more to gain in your weakest things than your strongest things in diminished return, but you can most definitely have a higher glass ceiling overall. One could switch the perspective. There's another perspective that you could say you have a high skill cap. You could interpret skill cap as your current skill level within a skill set. So I could agree if that's the way you interpret it, like what a skill cap is within the subset. You could say you have a very high skill cap and you haven't reached your skill ceiling yet. And in that way, ceiling and cap are one and the same for these people, for the people who interpret it that way. So I am more than reasonable to say if that's how you define it, then that's fine. For me, skill cap is the potential across the holistic subset. So in a game, the skill cap would be the game's skill cap. If you only play one role, your skill cap is restricted to that one role. It's not inclusive of everything else. And this game has a habit of creating players who use their skill cap as a skill cap for the game, which I can see where that comes from. But yeah, definitely, like, I'm not getting any better at pain giving. Like, for example, I'm not practicing fundamentals as a pain giver in this game. It's not gonna, I will probably have some baseline transferable skill by knowing the knowledge of the game. Like, situational awareness still feeds into, you know, some of the proficiencies of pain giving, but rarely would I say that because I don't pain give a lot, I would be as bold to say I'm fundamentally the best at this game or something. It happens far more than I would like to admit. These discussions, it's a really big reason why I stray away from content creation in this game. It's like old school communities. it might not be true anymore now that they're moving to like a they're attracting different types of players. That maybe the mentality is different now. But man, the idea that someone who spends hours doing a role advising another person how to do a different role properly, and then citing, oh, I have a character, like, well, how does that qualify you? Like, how do you know? Have you even tried understanding the approach? Like, I mean, it doesn't change. Like, the person could fundamentally be struggling with something, so that's fair. Just because you're right doesn't mean the chances of your advice is gonna be the truth or the objective. 200k my item level? What do you mean my item level? Oh, this game, you see, this game is weird. So there was a truncation in this game. They like reduced all the damage in this game, so I don't really know if numbers help or not. Cause like there was a period where they reduced all the numbers in the game. So it's kind of weird. Oh wow, that didn't target anything. What the? Please. It's weird because before mod 16, which like 3 years ago, I don't know, something like 3 years ago. It used to be like close to 10 million. But then they truncated it, so they like, for quality of life, right? They you do a squish. Did I remember Final Fantasy did a squish, right? Yeah. Final Fantasy did a squish. It was controversial, but it's for the health of a future game. So, Neverwinter did a squish too. They got to do the squish, you know, get that squish life in. Hey, Tyler. Like right, but not correct. I must have said something that that word, right. Wait. I gotta make sure I don't over currency. No, I didn't over currency. We still need to do it again. Okay. What? Wait, did I just... Oh, no, never mind. Just kidding. I forgot, this is the turn-in, not the other. Just kidding. I thought I somehow I left the portal without interacting with the NPC. Well, item level stayed the same. It was more HP in because item level was still kind of like, yeah, this game, item levels, this game had a lot of rework. So, it's difficult to gauge anymore. Like, for now, this tune is like, to give you an idea, this tune cannot enter the latest dungeon. The 75k is the latest endgame standard. So anything past 75k tends to be unscaled. So the tune you're looking at is nearly 10% below. So this tune is only scaled. Can only do scaled. So the newest patch raised the unscaled cap to 75k. And I don't have a tune. Oh well, I have like one or two. My main tune can do unscaled stuff, but I have to wait for the time gate on this to lift before I can hear sufficiently the 3 tunes for 75k. In this game, I don't know how Final Fantasy does it. In this game, there's scale content and non-scale content. Scale content, as long as you reach the recommended, largely the experience or the aptitude of the gauge difficulty should be relatively consistent. It's still the same for unscaled, but the unscaled gives room for overscaling. So as in, like, as the stats go up in your character, it's not capped. The scaling does not cap you. That's the different models that they went to use. Older content are scaled, and the newest content is unscaled, so it has no cap. From the player's perspective, when there's a cap on scaling, it means between reaching the minimum and that cap, you won't see any, like, you won't encounter any difficulties in terms of, provided you understand the fundamentals of statting, right? As long as you're not over capping your stats, as in like going over its max, you're relatively safe. Like, it's sufficient. It's how they use item level in this game to inform the player where you are in item level. So 75k is the gold standard, I guess. It's the minimum gold standard. And generally, I'm always playing right below or right around there. It's usually I'm not fundamentally required most of the time to overstat in any way. Oh, and this game is really weird explaining how stat contribution works. I don't know how Final Fantasy works. Does Final Fantasy just have, if your stats go up, your item level goes up? I don't actually know how Final Fantasy works. Mycoloids. In this, it's not exactly true. As unsync, it's only for loot. You don't get XP doing unsynced. So how is effective stats calculated? Is it just the raw number itself? Okay, yeah. Do you know, do you have, I'm curious, how familiar are you with knowing about the current one? Okay, do you have, I'm not sure how familiar you are with how Neverwinter's item level works. Or like, more like how confusing it works. So, for example, it's not crystal clear that someone whose item level is lower would be consistently less effective than someone's item level that's greater. Yeah, so if you haven't played for years, like 3 years back, I would say they changed the way how stats work in this game. So all your stat contributions, like the effective stat contributions, it's relative to your item level. So what I'm saying is, whenever you get new gear, your relative item level is gonna go up. Like your item level is gonna go up, but the distribution of those stats determine its contribution relative to your item level. So your item level marks the potency, the potential potency of a stat, and then your stat rating is calculated by a percentage of your total potency. So this is as strong as a stat can contribute, but the distribution of your stats determine the effectiveness of your character. So for example, I have 52,000 rating points in power. This contributes 38% of my total item level in potency. So if this was 64,152 or more, it would contribute 50%. 50% is the cap of its efficiency. And then other contributions are modifiers outside of your item level ratings. Yeah, so they tried to simplify the system 3 years ago. And it's harder to explain, but the practical side of things, right? The practical side of things is this number here, right? This number here, you don't want to go over your item level. That's it. Like in practice, it's easier to like see visually, but to understand it is not as simplified. But playing the game, while you're playing the game, the practice of optimizing your stats is relatively simple. Like you just try to make sure your rating at any time is as close to your item level as possible. You don't want it to be over your item level, because when it's red, it means 1,000 of your rating is lost because it's over rating. It's over your total potency. So that's why it's red. If it's green, it's like it's close to your cap. It's like it's a good spot. If it's white, it means it's below. It's comfortably below. And then other contribution is uncapped, and other contribution comes from other sources. So for example, if someone is 63k, right? But all their rating is somehow balanced in a way that's like, I don't know, 60k in the essential places, they could end up being more effective than someone who's like 75k and has a distribution of ratings somewhere else than the effective stats of the role. So that's where the whole tank thing comes in. So tanks are bound by rating awareness because tanks do not get an option to not get hit or an option to not attack. Tanks have to be aware of their stat rating distribution, because in the game it's not optional to not intercept damage. Healers and pain givers do, outside some exceptions. Chip damage, mandatory health checks, those are the only things that technically hamper them. And then otherwise, the other stuff is uncapped. Like you don't necessarily, like even if you're overstat, it's not mandatory. You can pick up my character so you kind of see how. I think I know how your gear stuff works because I've seen coffers play. But like how it's displayed. So like the picture and the stat thing, that doesn't necessarily explain how the math works in the game. Yeah, I've seen that I've seen that interface already. But what I'm saying is, like, if I sent you a picture of these numbers right here, right? That would be an example of how the item level is, but it doesn't explain how it works. Right? You can't really actually see how it works. Which is, I think one of my favorite parts about, I mean, I kind of think this is kind of more of a weird flex. Understanding the system or explaining the system and seeing how much you can get someone to understand on the first go is pretty funny. Like, why is, like, the first question you would ask is, why is this 65,000 over 64,000 not 100%? Or over 100%, for example. You know, it's not raw, so the entire item level system in Neverwinter is percentage based. They're all ratios, as opposed to other games where it's 1-to-1. Like it's not like they differ in ratios. It's just 1-to-1. So when you get a larger number, it translates to a larger proportional number. Only thing that matters with level is the higher level gear you put on to raise your level. Yeah. So it's like directional. Like, for example, say you queue, say like remember I told you about scaled and unscaled content, right? So some of these things are scaled, as in there's a cap to them. So if your item level is over cap, you can effectively reduce your item level intentionally to have better effective stat distribution and perform better than having your item level overcapped and having a poorer distribution. Because when you reduce your item level lower, right, you have to reach a lower stat rating to meet your item level. So some types of gear has different stat distributions, but they could be quote unquote overall lower item level. But when they lower the item level, they have better stat distribution. So you can effectively lower your item level to any of the scaled caps, and you can have a better stat distribution and perform better than someone who's wearing their current gear. So if you're like a sweaty min-maxer, you would have like 6 different gear sets where it reaches a better stat rating distribution at the scaled cap, and then you only wear your current gear when it's uncapped. Yeah. And then there's even, and what makes this even more complicated is there are modifiers in this game that don't obey caps. So there are uncapped things in this game, like uncapped stats. So now you have gear that you deliberately wear that could lower your effective item level and maybe hamper your overall rating, but because of its modifier that's uncapped, it can become more effective than having more item level and better stat distribution. Oh, okay. Oh, the syncing thing. Yeah. So instead of level, this game basically just quote unquote sync or cap everyone's item level. So like item level contribution. So if you go over, say like I queue up for something that's capped at 40k, right? It will scale everything down to 40k. Like proportionally. And it could be worse than distributing something at 40k. Is a good example. So this game, all this, in the end of the day, all the things that I just said, it's purely irrelevant. Like, it's just for people who are min-maxers. The comical stuff is like when this system's new. This system's like less than 3 years old. When it was released, there are players who basically had great gear. So what they did was they basically stripped down their player. They stripped down their character, and they would have like a character would just have one piece of gear and a weapon, and like a weapon set, and that's it. And they would outperform anyone who is fully geared and overcapped. Because mechanically speaking, all your mechanics are efficiently distributed more. So if the same player, right, puts on all their gear, current gear, does the same thing, and then took a lot of that gear off, they become more efficient per action. So mathematically, they end up overperforming. Like, they perform better than having all the gear on. And that's a really difficult concept to explain to people. Which makes it kind of funny. Like, it's kind of the fun part of Neverwinter, but most people see as a grievance part. Like, they don't actually like having to think about all this stuff. And to me, it's like, it's just that little icing. It's not going to cap you from success. But this game is filled with elitism, right? Like, legacy skill. So when it comes to being more efficient, that entitles you to more success. So effectively, you are more likely to be seen with hopes and dreams of being a proficient. If you have, what I usually joke about is item level, you know, it says IL. It's more like your intelligence level. That's how players treat that metric in this game. The higher your intelligence level is, the more likely you'll succeed. So even if a player like myself, who would strip down my character or do something with my character, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to inspect your character. Very much exactly what Rage did, and presume something about it. But it does work most of the time if you happen to not be inspecting a player who has legacy skill. So effectively, when someone says they came and asked me to show them my gear, I would show them my gear, but I would not say anything about it. It's irrelevant what my gear shows, because I have legacy skill. So legacy is not shown by the gear or the item level, which is unfair, or not unfair. It is deceptive. I think that's what creates a lot of misunderstanding in the community, because you have experienced players talking to new players, and then new players having experienced player communicate like, this is important, this is the mark or metric of a player, you look for this. I'm like, you really don't. Like, that it's not the it works most of the time if you're assuming outside that. But since I'm not in that population, I can't explain it. Like, oh, you know, I have to be sensitive to it. I have to be sensitive to be like, oh yeah, that's the way the game wants you to do. You have to reach this minimum item level. This minimum item level will help you succeed. But what that minimum item level is also assuming is you have enough legacy skill up to this point to utilize that effective item level to succeed, which is not always the case. So you have someone who would complain like, oh dude, this guy has 80k item level. Why is it so much harder with this 80k item level? player than this 70k item level. I don't get it. It's like, I did it with 64k item level. You should be able to do it with, I don't know, 85k item level, because that's the rules. Like, that's just not the rules. It's not, that's just not it. That's just oversimplification, in my opinion. However, the devs want you to use that as a loose gauge, though. The devs do encourage, like, the way they're trying to design it is to use a metric that helps inform the rate of success, not to guarantee success, to inform success or failure, the choice of failure. How do I know this? I actually did a social experiment that tested that. And yeah, it doesn't matter what you are as a player or who you are as a player. If your item level, if your intelligence level is too low, irregardless of what your accolades are or what kind of tune you have or how appropriate you are not the person for the job. That's just how it works in this game. Your item level is literally a dictation of how intelligent you are in this game. And so I always look at tanks item level to see how much I'll have to heal. So let's say minimum item level is 100 but max is 300 and their item level is 100. I know it's not going to be a fun time. Yeah, effectively. It's a translation from all the other ones. Oh, hey, it's Foxy. Hello. It's effectively, it's a legacy opinion. Like, it's a legacy carryover, right? But as a tank player in this game, you don't have to take all the damage, right? So Josh, that's where this analogy kind of breaks apart a little. This is a hybrid game. So if you have a tank that's 74k, it's likely a tank that has less HP stacking gear. Actually, most of the tank gear, generally, if you stack... okay, so tanks, I don't know if you... one thing about this game is your item level, your HP scales with your item level. So for a meat shield tank, right? If the higher the item level, like you in Final Fantasy, if you see a tank with a higher item level, it means the tank will have a lot of HP. So you will have a lot to heal. So it checks out, right? So it checks out, Josh. However, in this game, you can have a tank that has a lower item level but higher mitigation because their stat distribution is better. When you boost your item level to get more HP, your effective rating goes down relative to your item level. So their mitigation goes down a lot of times, or stacking HP. So one of the misnomers in this game is that a tank that has a lower HP pool may have a higher effective HP pool. You see what I mean? No, I can attack more if they have higher level because they take less damage. Yeah, so that's the opposite in this one a lot of times. A tank that has higher item level is sacrificing rating distribution for higher HP pool. But a tank with lower HP could have lower item level but better effective rating distribution. So for me, historically, I have been a tank that actually have both a lower HP pool, a lower defensive mitigation pool, and I have a higher offensive pool. Because in this game, in order to consistently have the threat, like generate threat, you have to deal damage. So in this game, yes, you have 1 or 2 hard taunts, but those hard taunts are not sufficient for the pace of this game. So the panacea for most of this is to just effectively deal as much damage as you can. So for me, every time I've ever gone into endgame content, it would be first the inspect phase, which people inspect's like, dude, are you like a DPS player or something trying to tank? It's like, no, I'm a tank player doing tank things. That's it. It's like, well, your defensive stats are a little low. Could you get more HP? It's like, well, I'll get more HP when it's a problem. All right, so let's just go in, right? And then if I die, it's like, it's clearly my problem, right? It doesn't matter if it isn't my problem. The prevailing theory is that they already suspect that I have too low of an HP pool, or my defensive stats doesn't meet the other defensive stats of another player, but they are free from any deficiencies on their end, including the healer. In fact, there was a wonderful healer that said that I needed more HP because they kept dying trying to heal me. It's not the problem of the healer, nor is it ever the problem of the pain giver. It's generally the tank at an end game, at the uncapped place. The tank is the first point of failure in general, because if they don't survive the mandatory damage checks, right, which pretty much every boss is a damage check, you are the weakest link. Therefore, this game, whenever you want to queue for something, someone will say, looking for one more, tanks. Because there aren't any more tank players in here. Like, not in the sense that people who want to tank. Most tank players are flex tank players, and because of the prevailing stereotype. The devs did not put in an adequate metric to measure proficiency of all three roles. Notoriously, and I still stay by this, the devs made a pain giving or DPS giving or like DPS oriented design, and what they did was they flexed that design to healers and tanks. And what that happens is it sidelines healers and tanks. So what are you most deficient in? What are the roles that are least engaging and most in demand in this game? Healers and tanks. Because they're DPS oriented first. Like the gear, I was evaluating the gear of this content release. The way they design gear is they design it from the perspective of, okay, everyone has to do attack at some point. So let's just think of pain givers. What do pain givers do? And then they use that condition to proc the sets. And then what they do in order to make it effective for healers and tanks are they just change the mod. Like, oh, okay, well the tank will just take less damage. And then the healer will just, I don't know, get more healing. But the mechanics of the set involves the tanks and the healers to do something they don't typically do very often in situations to deliberately trigger that. The pain givers will constantly be doing that. It will fit into their cycle. It will fit into their mechanics. Like when they do this, it's gonna roll into everything else. A tank is like, dude, the tank is doing that like 95% of the time. How could the tank even choose when to optimize and take advantage of that? The healer is always doing that like 95% of the time. There's no rotation in healing. Like, it's a very unpopular opinion, but if a healer and a tank comes to me and say, oh, but I have a rotation to take advantage of this, it's like, you and I are playing a very different game, because like I don't rotate in tanks. Like you don't just spam everything you got whenever you feel like it. Like That's not how I roll. Like, when I know the boss's attack, so I'll know when to do things, and then I can do every other things. But these, like, all this gear set, all this stuff is from the perspective of you're just rotating. You're constantly rotating. So the two roles that have situational awareness, it doesn't matter. Like, it's irrelevant. Just keep doing your rotations. Why Heels was dying? I never die. Well, it's a different story. This person played a healing class, or this person. So in this game, right? Do you have line of sight and target healing? So healing can miss in this game. I'm guessing Final Fantasy, your single targeted skills can't miss. So the scenario, the picture, the scenario that got that healer killed is that I'm a melee tank, and I am always all up in the boss's grill, right? Like, I'm all up in the boss's grill. I also mentioned that I'm not the one that's dying. The healer's complaint was that they were dying trying to heal me. Not that I was dying and needed healing. It's just every time they went to attempt to heal me, they were in danger, right? So the difference here is that they had to be close to me to heal, because they only reliably can heal when they're on top of me. Which is not true. The healing spells are range spells, but they can miss. So the idea is that I should be playing a tank that doesn't move around a lot, so that the healer doesn't have to move around and die a lot. That was the crux. That was the crux of the problem. The healer was a stationary healer. Someone that expects a tank to sit there and take free damage, and I didn't take free damage. Like, I didn't even need healing, but it doesn't make that healer any less to blame the tank for their own death. That's what happened. The healer was frustrated because every time they wanted to heal me, they had to keep moving and follow me into, like, danger, which is, you know, I can't do anything about it. Or I could stand still and die. I could stand still and die, though. That was an option, which I didn't do. So instead, what happened was we still completed the boss. It's just the healer died. The healer, like, just completely died. It was a time when it was a time when most things are soloable, which most things are still soloable. So, all the healer did was yell at me for completing the boss on my own, and then we then moved on to a boss that was entirely stationary, so it was okay. Or mostly stationary. Yep. I have so many of these stories. Because I played Neverwinter for a while now. This is a combat MMO. It's not a tab targeting MMO. You have to move around as a healer too. You have to move around. And one of the worst parts, and I totally understand the person that was getting angry, because your tanks could be reckless too. Like, they could deliberately take extra damage and put yourself in danger. Because healers have to move to heal. But you could have, like, a Chad of a tank with, like, all the mitigation in the world and all that other jazz, and the healer would do fine. Like, that healer hoped that was the case. But I was not the tank player for that healer. So this is what creates the schism in Neverwinter. You use item level as a gauge of a player's proficiency, right? That's assuming the player you're looking for matches your quote-unquote play style. So if a healer inspects me, some healers, a few of them, be like, they didn't inspect at all because it's like I'm good, I'm dynamic enough that it doesn't matter what the tank is, right? Or I'll find out if there's a problem or not, which is usually how I go about it when I'm healing. However, if it fails horribly, it's like, I wonder what I can do that's different. Perhaps I should be paying attention to something else or whatnot. Or maybe I could secondarily do something else, right? So, yeah. Item level has, intelligence level has gotten me into some hot waters for a while. I'm usually very under item level. And I'm usually sporting a lot of non-defensive stats. Because I do the thing where I carry like 3 different sets of armor, and the moment we have a point of failure where it's me who's dying too soon, I would switch to that set of armor. But otherwise, I deliberately queue up in my preferred setting just to see. And I have legitimately before said like, there's no way you can succeed with this. And I'm like, all right, fair enough. I'll find another group. I only most of the time I just LFG in this game now. Like I don't really like the whole pre-made thing that runs rampant in Neverwinter is like the GOAT. So to remove this type of surprise for most players, they just vet everyone beforehand. It isn't why I play this game though. I like to play with random players most of the time. This is where that argument where someone would say like, I've never failed this before. It's like, so what's different this time? It's like, well, you know, I usually have my posse with like certain item levels and certain, it's like, oh, right. So what you're telling me is you always play in a constant environment. That's fair. You play what makes you happy, but that sounds non-engaging to me. You're not solving a problem. You're just you're not solving a problem. You're just doing the same thing. So not as engaging for me. Personally, a lot of times I get a bit more enjoyment out of Neverwinter failing than succeeding. If you fail with like an honest attempt, obviously, a lot of times it could lead to some severe toxicity. All right, and we finished our 3 characters. 4 hours. A lot of good old relatable experiences in. Oh, I can open lockboxes now. Let's do some gacha. It's not really gacha, but it's the closest thing. Let's see. At the end, I consolidate the 3 characters like boxes that are picked up, and I just open them. See what happens. Usually you have like I usually end up having like 100 keys from the last time. So we got 34 boxes. Let's go hot dog. It's a legendary giant toad. All right. That's reasonable. If that's a low roll. That's one of the lowest rolls. Not the lowest. These are pretty low rolls. Still a low roll. So the highest roll we had was the toad. Oh, hey, look! A mythic bag of holding. Wait, can I sell this? Nice. I can sell it. That's a high roll. That's not too bad. We got 26 more, so let's keep going. A heavy giant spider. Collection points. I already picked up the mythic mount on the 5th hole, but I wouldn't mind getting the companion, that mythic companion. Oh, there it is. All right, well, that's enough. We got everything we want from the box. There you go. We got it. Speaking of gotcha, right? Wait. Where am I? Am I close to the other? No. All right, I got everything from this. I literally got all 4 things. Oh, except for the top thing. In 50 keys? I mean, it doesn't mean very much anymore. So we'll just bind this. This is Rumpa Dump. So it's this guy right here. You get a copy of this guy, Rumpa Dump. Pretty sweet. It's weird how life works. It's weird how when you don't desire things, things just happen. We're gonna call them. I like how they filled in these things now. Let's just call it Rumpy. Oh hey, it's mono. Alright. So I guess we'll sell this. Neat. Alright. Good enough. Was there anything else? Can we sell this too? Seems pretty reasonable. We opened a few boxes. What's up, Mono? Hello? So, we just reached the end of this, like, the 3rd week, which was very disappointing. I give it 2 out of 10 right now. I mean, we could see if there's people for that. Let's sell this too. What the f— Alright, never mind. Won't sell that. We opened some lock boxes. Just because anytime I pick up some lock boxes, we'll just open a few. So we ended up using, I think it was like 41 keys, and then we ended up getting the mount, the companion, and the bag. Pretty. No story until I think 5th week. So yeah, I guess that's true. I was talking about how technically you could do the story today at the 300, but man, I had some lowlights on the weekly cap and how it lines up with stuff. I talked about this like last week about how there's a multiplicative. If it was like 125 up to 500, then 150 from the 600 mark to 1000, it would be exactly 7 weeks. But instead, it's literally 10 weeks. And this milestone was particularly sus because you unlock this milestone and you have 42 pins in main storyline, but you're capped at 100. So it was a really weird design choice. The reason I know this is because I did it on MAKU, but I didn't do the 42 main storyline stuff on my other 2 characters. I just left it at 100. Unless I must be missing something. Are you capped at 100? Did I miss some hidden text that it stays at 100, right? Oh, there were. Yeah, it was very disappointing. In terms of like Master Temple of the Spider. I don't know. We could roll in over here and see if we can find an LFG. I'll probably only do an LFG if it presents itself. I do have to equip something else in order to meet the item level requirement. Let's look at this LFG. Wait, can I just do this? Why do I have this set to... Nope. I need 500 more K. I think the thing that I did was yeah, I replaced my my artifacts. Just replaced like one of the artifacts. Oh, we had to find a we have to find to see if anyone is looking. It has to be a random group. That was my only condition. And then we'll swap things around. Probably not available, so can't do it. Did you already do a Master Temple of the Spider? I bet that was exciting. I'm pretty sure I forgot to turn in yesterday. Did I though? Yeah. Because you have to come back out and then turn it in. Let's just do one of these. What the heck? Can't even get 4 random people? Feels bad, man. So, here's another question. Who's responsible for this? Who's running around with proliferating this? I'm curious if this increases the resources, the visual bugs. Put a new chest in. No. I just need to replace the artifacts, but I don't see anyone doing Master Temple of the Spider. Yeah, I just have to replace one of my artifacts. Just put in a mythro thing. I'm gonna keep my chest on. I don't prefer to not have that chest. There's a DPS. No, there's no group forming yet. Yeah, the teacup. Has anyone noticed if it dragged down any of their of workload? Is there a max number of vanity pet? Like, can you crash an instance with this? Has anyone tried? Just get like 20 players to constantly do that? Oh, they do despawn? Okay. Okay. That would be pretty funny though. I wouldn't mind it. That kind of reminds me of the old days. We have some DPS here that are looking for... What happens? Wait. Has anyone ever queued in for it? All right. Wait. We got to do this. This sounds like fun. Hold up. We'll do it. Hold up. I want to see if there are some brave souls. Let me switch some stuff. Nah, I don't think I'm too concerned about that. Hold up. Where's the... Hold. And then we need all right. We do need to change this mod though. Or not. Just kidding. Oh, thanks, War. All right, all right. What do you think? Do you think there's some brave soul who's queued into this and just like optimistically wants to see someone? Let's find out. Dang it. Hold up. No? No. Wow, that's a little disappointing. Usually you got at least a few extremely optimistic souls. I'm looking at LFG right now. No, it's not 1 DPS. Earlier I saw someone. Oh, like I saw like 3 people. I don't know if they ever found a healer though. Oh, you mean the player? Wait. Yeah, we don't got taught. Oh, the difference in Q. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Oh, you mean like the private party? Yeah, the private party 1K lower, yeah. Oh, that's fair. I don't actually have to. That's true. If I had an LFG, I won't have to prop up my item level. Because I think I'm 74 with this, right? Yeah, my intelligence level is high enough. Even on a private one, but I want to do this public one. I really thought someone was gonna be like, let's give it. Dang it. So there is this DPS player that's constantly asking for it. It's kind of hard to tell if this person even has. How was it? Did anyone do it yet? How was it? How was Masters? Are there new interesting mechanics in it? Alright. We'll just do like something normal, I guess. I still have to wait for a little bit before people reach that minimum Q level, and then minimum item level, and then start messing around with random players. Meanwhile, let's see if we can spectate. Really? Not even that? Yeah, man, that guy is really wanting to. Oh, okay. Wait. Wait, how does this guy need 3 but 1 DPS? I've only been watching people on Twitch. It looks difficult, but lots of fun. Yeah, I haven't done it myself. But generally, most of the time, I just do it in free groups now. Did you see anything new from the normal one? So what I mean is like maybe one or two extra, like maybe a specific mechanic hits more than one target, or it has a larger range modifier, or anything like noticeably different. Maybe the arena is a different size. I haven't actually walked in it myself either. No? Okay. That seems reasonable. I just want to join in LFG, but you know what? Let's just oh. Let's just I don't need this, right? Yeah, okay. Let's just join in a random thing. Aww. I was looking forward to let's just join in a random thing. No? Not even that? Oh, that's healer. Where my tank? Where's my roll bonus? I kind of just want to roll into a Ravenloft. Okay. I'm staring at LFG, but sure. Everyone keeps LFGing for the event. Just queue up. Just queue up, people. All right. Let me respond to some of these peeps. So, how does everyone feel about the event so far? Is it just like let's have some commentary. I want to know, how did people feel that the third milestone, right? The third milestone right here. It landed on a milestone, but your weekly haul is capped. So how many people went through the main storyline even though the weekly haul was capped? I did it once on this character. I did not do it on the next two characters because I'll just do it. And it's 42 really quick pins. But man, I thought that was the most disappointing part in week 3. Basically, when you got to the third milestone, I mean, I guess, can you boost? You can't boost past this, can you? Or can you? No, it says weekly cap 100 still. Wait. Does this go past cap? I don't think this bypasses cap, right? Yeah, I didn't get this. Anyways. Well, I guess before we go, we'll just do our randoms. Because it's kind of safe. Hello? Anytime now. Dude, this guy says he's looking for tanks. Can you join an event? Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't have a group. Just I just if you queue up in here, maybe we can get something. Oh, wait, hold up. If you want to join in an event right now. Oh, wait, are you in this queue? You can find me. You can just add me to queue group and then queue up here. I I'm not LFGing or anything. Just send queue and queue up on here. I just solo queue for these things, so we'll just like bump into whoever. Yep, and then you can just queue up. Lickety split. Let's go. Yeah, this stuff, you can always rely on the swarm of Warlock and Rogue players to be like, yeah, I got this. Let's just queue up. A swarm of Rogue and Warlock players. It's been a cool minute since I've seen a Ranger. Ooh, that was that was some lag. Oh, that's not who I was aiming at. Do you want to do some randoms too? Did you do your randoms yet? We can just hop into some randoms too, if you want. Let me know. No pressure. I haven't done your... Alright, let's do that too. I'm always down. Darn it. I've already committed to that. My poor daily takes too long. Active frames are too long. There's some stiff competition among the three of them. Oh, yeah, right. That's the fear red. I thought it was the hand thing. Take care, War. Enjoy. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Good luck. Alright. Let's switch. Ooh. One warlock is not like the other. Hello? Huh. I was appreciating the person's guild name. Nice. Alright. And let's just queue up random. Ready when you are. We'll be fine. Just queue up, pick up 3 random people off the queue. There we go. Let me use... What the heck? One of the DPS declined. What is this madness? Not the most exciting one. Was kind of... Oh yeah, that's fine. No worries. No pressure. Oh hey, there's a wizard. Whoops. No worries. What you call it? I was gonna say like, oh, I haven't seen a wizard in a while. I mean, I haven't seen like the wizardy things. Ooh, that's a cute spell. I think I've seen one that used a lot of icy terrain, but I don't know how that works. I love a Halloween outfit though. Oh, I see. Mr. Wizard, how do you do? Alright. In the wizard I trust. Wizard? Feels bad, man. I guess fire and ice was just not good enough. It's a shame the wizard used its daily on an imp of all things. That's what I was talking about, rotations. They just do their rotation. No situational awareness. As long as you pull off your rotation. Hmm. Oh my freak. That's one way to face tank things, I guess. It's okay. If you're concerned about like trying to heal these guys, it's fine. They'll take care of themselves. They're face tankers. Or if they go down, I'm sure they're aware of what they're doing. Because like two of them really want to face tank. They're insistent on face tanking. It's tough for it's tough goings for a healer in capped stuff. Because you just have everyone going off on face tanking separate things. Not me. All right. Oof, that transition's gonna be rough. I gotta get to this guy. Use my daily to get to it. Let the chaos unfold. Let's just grab all these peeps. Oh, that was unfortunate. Not me, please. Have mercy. The meta. Alright, good luck. Godspeed. You just run your face in. run your face in as hard as possible. Wait, what the heck? I just saw them there. What the? Did I not just see those dudes? They already spawned. What the heck, man? I waited. That was not my fault. I waited. Can you stop hitting me, please? You butthead. Wow, this guy's a real butt. Poor guy. Feels bad for the dreadnought. Ah, yes. We can't be too ham here, because, I'm kind of fragile, so I don't tank what I can't. We stay in the front of that, and this one too. We stay in the front of these guys as well. Because, I'm not that sturdy. Yep. Just not that sturdy. Only tank what you can, you know? No need to take free damage. Pretty combat advantage damage, that is. I wonder how the Guardian fighter's doing. It's very unpleasant. If I had to say something about being a dreadnought, having a sentinel as the tank is it's kind of an unpleasant experience because of the movement difference. I mean, momentum kind of helps out a little bit, but it's definitely not sufficient. Okay, we'll play defensively for this worm. Although I do anticipate that someone's gonna die. Someone's gonna be too far away on this one. We'll just start defensively right away instead. And we'll use Bounding Slam. Just to make it a little bit easier. Oh my gosh, that's so weak. I haven't used this at will in so long and it's so weak. Well, it looks like our other players are like pretty boss. Oh, I see. They use both sides. Oh, this is awkward. Hopefully it's me. Yeah, it's me. Oh, that really hurts. Ugh! Feels bad, man. Sorry. I should have been a little bit more defensive. Hold. Let's yeah. Yeah, well, we'll switch one more. One more thing. Oh, I stopped bounding slam. Oh no. Just kidding. Can we just grab these guys together? Yes. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yes. Well. That also means we kind of do more now. Lower HP, lower stamina, more damage. Oh! I still have my at will swapped. Okay. Yeah, Sentinel. on the... I would have to say arguably, I think I'm the oldest. At least one tied for one of the oldest. Claymore, like wielding Claymore? What is that nonsense? Yeah, I think I'm the granddaddy Sentinel. Although I'm kind of curious how people play Sentinel these days. Not that you can probably find one. Gotta make sure we don't get charmed here. Yep. Yep. I've made a Sentinel since IC came out. How long ago was that? Is IC mod 17? Oh. Nice. I mean, technically the modern Sentinel, that's pretty much where it started. The modern Sentinel started at mod 16 with Lair the Mad Mage. So you weren't too far off from the current modern Sentinel. Yeah, the current Sentinel is from mod 16, which is Lair the Mad Mage. Which is what we have been doing right now. This is the first time. I missed one. That's fine though, I guess. Oh! I wasn't expecting that. I don't know who I'm attached to. Run away! I don't want any of this. Okay. That's body blocked, so I don't know if this is gonna land. Nope. Feels bad, man. One Empire Scorpion's not gonna kill us, right? There's gonna be some one hefty, fine, Empire. Oh, no, wait. Hold. Sometimes lucky. Aw. We have players that show restraint. That's amazing. You don't find that very often. This is just a random queue, so I'm queued up with a healer. Oh no. Oh, they went a little ham here. Oh boy. Time to run around. Combat speed. Run around. Combat speed. We got the aggro on them. So we can Oh, that's so lame. Dude. I was totally ahead of him. Come on, dude. We have movement speed, so we're just gonna run around as much as we can. And it'll be fine, I think. We have aggro lead, so fine. Oh, this is not fine though. Okay. Still okay. Alright. Where was I? That was a little tricky. You know? Just a little bit. That was kind of exciting. Yeah, I play on the PC. He did really... Thorin, my guess here, did really great. That lay on hands though, the one hit on the lay on hands was really great. I main the 3 tanks and the 3 healers usually. Less so the lock. But I can appreciate when a Oathkeeper has to land and lay on hands while the tank is running around in circles. Nice. You know what is a great stat that they recently added? The protector stat. Look at that. Nice shielding. You play the tank with a dash of DPS? You mean something like this? Yeah, it was fun. North Wolf. It was a pleasure. Not just a barb in general. Yeah. I think my tanking experience nowadays is a little bit split. But I was on my sentinel at the moment. For this type of stuff, I kind of prefer the Justicar. Like for this specific thing, because the boreworm doesn't have a there's a really weird math interaction with the boreworm and unstoppable being active. So typically I prefer having Divine Champion. Yeah, it was a pleasure, Northwall. Thanks for having me. Yeah. Oh yeah, we also wait, what the oh yeah, we did that today, right? We just did that. Yes. Yeah, I prefer Divine Champion when we get Layer of the Mat with Mage. But Vanguard is alright. Sometimes Vanguard would be more of a, like, if someone wants to do Dragon Hunts or something. Or like Crown or something. I prefer to be on the Vanguard. But yeah, and I think when it comes to healing time played, it's usually the Oathkeeper. And then the Cleric is second. And then very loosely the Lock. The other stuff, you know, Pain Giving is... I'll fill in for Pain Giving. It's less of a point of failure for Pain Giving. I want to see if anyone wants... I'm seeing if LFG, if there are brave souls for a Master's Temple of the Spider. Just to see where the bar is for players. No, doesn't look like it. I saw one pretty late in the evening. One late in the evening was pretty... It was enticing, but I was going to bed then. Yeah, I comped on my barb. Comped? What does that mean? Moose? What? I'm completed? Oh, you mean completed? Oh, Temple of the Master. No, I haven't. I generally just LFG stuff. So there hasn't been any takers yet. Oh yeah, no, that's understandable. I'm not particularly looking for anything, but it'd be kind of fun. But just for LFG standards. We had to probably wait. I would say, like, let's look at the, right? If we're looking at this thing, right? I'll give it another 2 weeks before there's some brave souls. Because you can still do this part. You can still do this half, right? So you can still complete the quest, right? You can still complete, like, the storyline and then grab these things. And then when people start meeting the minimum gear requirements, I'll probably pick up some LFGs. See how it goes. I'm more interested in the bottom line. Just like where people are entering in this. It's not as terrible as you might think. It's actually fairly... It's been a lot more pleasant since, ironically, since the game has become less and less popular. Or a better phrasing would be the retention is decreasing, which leaves behind the individuals who more or less is you can overcome a lot of things. Thanks. So so this is the first week. Wait. 2, 3. You needed milestone 2, right? I'm pretty sure you needed milestone 2 at least to be able to purchase these things, or was it just you didn't need any milestones for it? But I'm expecting more people to reach 7,500 by the time they can, like, do heroic encounters enough for these companion gear. And then we'll try to pick up a minimum 7,500, 75k, right? 75k group and see where the baseline 75k group is. But meanwhile, I actually don't mind balancing some of the stats around this one. Yeah, it's more like mainly mechanical. So, well, first they have to get the 74k, right? Right. So, we need to see where the mechanics are. That's largely what I'm saying. The item level is just a stopgap for them being able to queue up. So we don't have enough players that hit 74k to do a private party. So I can't really ascertain the level of mechanical understanding right now in the game because there aren't enough players who aren't doing like their in-group queuing. I'm thinking, I don't want to end up overstatting on something. Hmm. Sounds like a solid opinion. I'm not sure if I agree with better for balancing stats. What do you think of Barb overall? It's alright. In what way? Can I get a little specific? Can you give me some specific? In what way do you mean overall? Like, it's combat, is there a task you have in mind? Like, overall, it's alright. It's sufficient. I don't think it's deficient. Barbarians are not deficient. Oh, wait, Bard. Sorry, Bard. The Bard is pretty good, actually. The Bard's in a pretty good place. There might be some slight... There were some patches for the Bard, actually. The Bard is my lowest played. Being the newest, it is my least played one. Least placed healer. I think the healing recently got a patch. And then some of the DPS shenanigans got patched too. That I was aware of. So if you're talking about the Bard, it's in a pretty good place. I know more about healing than I know about the DPS. But I did... Some of the patches, there are things that got patched. There are things that didn't get patched. As a little sus on the Bard DPS side. But I forgot what the Bard's DPS side is called. Like what the Paragon is called. Songblade? Oh yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, Songblade. Minstrel was the other one. Was it Minstrel? I'm only familiar with the healing most of the time. The Songblade, there was some shenanigans. There's some interactions that were quite ripe. And some of the patches kind of addressed some of it. I don't think you can do it anymore. I think the Bard is still... The Bard is, in terms of healing, like a healing support class, I think the Bard is a far third, but with locks in mind. I think both of them kind of still need a little bit of TLC. But the fundamentals of like oath keeping is pretty dated as well. They're alright. Do you play a Bard, Heroes? In terms of statting, right? So here's my 2 cents about statting. Just like a quick thing. I neither agree nor disagree with the statement of which one's easier to stat with. But the idea is think about it in terms of a tool, right? If we're talking about the systematic tooling, when you have a single stat object, it's one variable. When you have 2 stats, it's 2 variables. So depending on your subjectivity, right? Depending on your subjectivity on whether it is nice to handle 2 variables or 1 variable, as someone who is fairly on top of understanding the degree of freedom when it comes to mathematics, 1 variable tends to be more flexible than 2 variables. Now, we do have to factor in the overstatting issue, like the statting cap of this game. That's fair. One could argue subjectively it might be a little bit easier because it reduces the chance of overstatting. However, 2 stats tend to have 2 variables, so you would have to make sure that you don't overcap in 2 places. But the number is significantly smaller, so that's fair. However, for myself, I would have flipped these. Like, if most people desire hybrid things, that's certainly it. But I think these are tools, and it's unfortunate that one is behind a wall and one is not. But ultimately, monitoring just one stat variable wise, it's less cumbersome than 2, personally. So you can manipulate other things while canceling out one of your stats. But nevertheless, I will be able to work with either. It's just ideally for me, I would prefer one. So I only have to get, what is that total? 48, 70, 200? So 7200 rating into any singular stat will allow you to remove that variable out of the equation from any of your other stuff. So I prefer that than having 2 variables that may or may not be capped by the time you get that, and then having to flex your stuff in it. It's just my opinion, though. I do play Songblade, but I'm not too good at the game. Only, oh, I see. Wait, is Songblade, is Bard your first one? Curios? It's in a good place. I think it's in a good place. It is slightly clunkier. Okay, it's slightly clunkier. And I hope they kind of continue to develop it a little bit more. I think the chances of seeing Bard changes are higher than the others. So I played for 8 years, but I made a lot of breaks. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's understandable. Me too, actually. Well, I had one break. I had the break between mod 4. No, mods. It's like 5 or 6. It's different. It's difficult to count. It's when Tiamat came out, and then there was a lot of like reform, and then came back in mod 13. I think it was mod 13. It might have been, actually I lied. It might be mod 16. It's whenever it was like 3 months before they reworked everything. Before Undermountain came out. My character? It looks alright. I used to exclusively play halflings, so I've been playing halflings. I play a lot. I'm like one of the oldest players. I mean, even though I had a break, I'm like one of the oldest. Looking for one healer. Wait. Oh, but they require masterwork weapon. I can't just hop on my paladin and I don't have a masterwork weapon on my paladin. I mean, I don't even have the ability to craft a masterwork weapon. I guess I could buy one if I really want it. That's a requirement? Maybe I won't be doing Master Temple of the Spider. People are requiring a masterwork weapon. Huh? That's the tank. I sure hope you're a guardian. Oh, yeah, okay. Alright. I dig it. Adjust the car. Yeah, I dig it. Alright. Is this the running thing? I see. You did this? Alright. Fair enough. Alright. Yeah, I thought about this. Alright. Seems pretty reasonable. Okay. Huh. How you get those enchantments? I guess you've leveled, you finished the tutorial, right? You're on 30k, so I'm guessing you're level 20 and you're doing, are you doing, this right now? Right? I think you're, going through Velenos. If you're doing that, basically after a while you have to upgrade these. Oh, okay, okay, yeah. You take the ones that you have and then you upgrade them over time. And it takes quite a lot. It'll be a gradual progression. I don't remember what the upgrade path is for these. Wait. I do have one. So a lot of times you would buy, eventually you'll probably buy the lowest entry you can find. You could buy like a purple one to start, like a blue one, which is rank 2. I don't know what these ranks are anymore. I think this is rank 2, and then you refine them. So there will be a time when once you finish the campaign and stuff, there will be alternative sources of glyphs of potency, and you're already getting refining points over time, and then you'll accrue gold, and ideally you're gonna amass currency to get, in my opinion, a coalescent mote, which is, I don't know how much these things are anymore. They're 1k each. That is really, really expensive still. So 1k glyphs. Four. So it's like 1.2 mil each upgrade. Yeah, that's a lot. That's quite a lot. I think the goal is you're gonna find opportunities when I don't know what this I don't know what is the Q rating for this event. There's no Q rating for this event. So the goal is whenever these events come up, right? These are part of the achievement participation events. And then when you complete them for the next like 21 times, right? You get currency that will gain you access to glyph of potency without like an entry, like a restriction on your, like you don't need to have a requirement to get these things. And then after I think after 2 weeks you get one of these, which it actually doesn't help you with your enchantment stuff, but you can at least get legendary insignias from this side. So if you haven't been filling in your legendary insignias, you need to do your you want to do your event, right? So you can get 2 if you participate. There's 21 days in the event, if you participate in all 21, right? I think you get 7 of these. So you can buy 2 legendary insignia and just fill in your 2 legendary insignia. You need what's 3 times 5? 15? 15. So that'll bring you up to date pretty quickly. But these events occur every... They're going to be different types of events, but these are all the achievement events. So for participating, you get I'm going to say like 21. Yeah, you get 21 of these, right? You get 7 of these, 7 tokens. So you're looking at the cost of them. And you get 1 of these, just 1, after you participated in 14. So you would need to participate in like ideally 5. It does cost 1 for for coalescent modes, which is the same thing that we're talking about, that 1 million costs for. However, you can also get an account wide like mythic companions after 5. It is a while. 5 is like a year, I think, unless they continue to consolidate all the events. Maybe I would say by the time it's a calendar year, but it's no hurry on these things. But you can buy you can get your legendary insignias now if you have already been participating, and you can keep picking up tokens like over time. Each event is a little bit different, but they've been remaking the events, or like how the reward structure works. So I don't even know what the next one is. The next one is the Winter Festival. You'll probably want to get the lowdown on the Winter Festival from someone when that comes around. There's an opportunity for you to like lock in some resources. But it's generally the events. I would just do whatever you want to do. Adventures, campaigns, either or. Campaigns typically take longer. Adventures don't have time gates. So if you're playing a lot, you want to, in terms of efficiency, campaigns, you want to complete campaigns, like fill them up, right? Because you can only, in terms of campaigns, you can only get a certain amount a week. So if your time is strapped, yeah, adventures should be giving you nothing. Or adventures are, what they are giving you is just like the end rewards. Like just like some AD, a lot of rough AD, so that you can refine them. And then it gives you like, it's basically like a companion boon points. Adventures for boon points. So it just gives you whatever the rewards down here. And then campaigns are the time gated stuff. So you do want to fill in on your campaigns at some point. Yeah. They have weekly caps, so you don't have to play until your eyes bleed out. So take it at a pace, because they are capped. They are they're time gated weekly. So don't play until your eyes bleed out. You'll probably it's a very common thing for people to burn out fairly quickly when you're trying to like, oh, I gotta put campaign progress on all of the stuff at once in a week. That's kind of asking a lot, unless you're like me, you know, the people who like pull up a program, your favorite Netflix show, right, and then just be like, I'll watch the Netflix show while I just autopilot through something. That's fair. But the more moderately you play Neverwinter, the more likely you are efficient at catching up. This is what I mean. It's a little bit, if you're a casual player and you like to play like 30 minutes a day, overall, to get to where I am and other players, your time will be more efficient playing once in a while than trying to do it all at once. Because when people are ahead of you, or when other people are ahead of you, it's more than likely they will be able to support you, and you will like get opportunities. It will be increasing opportunities. So a lot of times when you're like the first to something, right? Like, okay, I want to do Master of Temple of Spiders. Even for my sub, I would need to get a group together, or I need to join a guild and get a group together. And even then, it's going to be learning process and whatnot. So if you want to catch up to the game, if that's your objective, or try to move, playing it slowly is pretty good. Because like by the time you get there, there'll be someone like, oh, heck yeah. Like, it'll only take like 15 minutes. Sure, hop on. Let's go, kind of thing. So I wouldn't. So if you're like worried that you have to play every night and day to catch up, no, you're gonna catch up pretty rapidly as time passes if you're casual. Yeah, yep. If I had to choose something. Oh, this is deceptive. Wait. Are you talking about this guy? Oh, this is deceptive. Ooh. Why is it 18K? Okay, this was the latest campaign, actually. But it's listed as 18K? How does that work? I wouldn't start with this anyways. Yeah, start at 30. And you can do any of these legacies too, if you haven't done any of these legacies. But I would, whatever is up here, this track, if you go through this track, like these 3, good to go. You'll be like 40. Finishing this will definitely get you to 40. And finishing this will definitely get you to 45. In fact, I think if you finish this, you might already be 45. So I could just jump down here. All the other stuff you finish at your leisure. I don't think fundamentally any of these will greatly impact your stuff. So it's for completion. So you do as you please. It's kind of nice. I think it's very relaxed. So the legacy campaigns are legacy. There's also did you already started doing this thing? This lady here. So this lady gives you legacy quests when you finished your adventure, which you did, it seems. Give you legacy quests. She's sitting here. So next to where Neverember sit. She's here, and each week she'll give you 2 or 3 legacy tasks, and it will tell you to go to a specific campaign and then do that campaign. But she'll give you these tokens, and these tokens can be traded for glyphs of potency as well. So you can stack them over time, just do them periodically. It's all about stacking currency, and then the currency will be converted into something else. Into those 2 things, which is glyphs of potency and astral diamonds, really. Yeah. Hopefully that helps. But in terms of content, right? Let's just say in terms of content, you are 30K. The moment you reach 35K, in my honest opinion, you are not restricted to anything except the most recent game stuff. Which is the thing I was talking about, which is Temple of the Spider. Oh, I lied. And Vault of the Stars, which is 45K. But the end game, right? The quote, the accessibility, it stops at 45K. Right now. I know it's a gigantic leap to 75K, but when you reach 45K, you have accessibility to everything. And it's actually really down to player proficiency. You can get away with 45K if you so choose. But you're not too far away. This game has a very low barrier, with the exception of the most recent stuff. So by the time you get to 45k, sampled all the stuff and start doing stuff, you probably maybe find a guild, some people that are just running and just saying like, hey, we just need one person to fill whatever. And if you have access to everything at 45k except the 75k thing. And by the time you get there, which personally, if I ever get to do this, it'll probably be near its end of its lifespan. So it'll be like, we'll be really close to 2023's mod 24 release by the time there's some like rigorous random pugging. I pick up group all the time. So once you get to 45k, like heck, if you want, I don't know what time frame you are in, because I usually play in the evening, minus today. Today is the only day that I'm playing during this time frame. But if you ever, like, you could add me and... Oh, okay, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's what I figured. So I'd be on whenever. But during this time, we could probably do queues. Like, have you done your queues yet? Wait, are you on PC? I also have to ask that, because there were a lot of times where like I go off the deep end. Oh, okay, you're on PC. Like, since you're 30, right? You've done these queues, yeah? I think the only requirement to progress after 35k is this queues. You've done your queues already? Cool. Maybe not the trial one? Alright. The only way you'll know is this daily bonus. The only way you know is this daily bonus is like a gigantic number. If you haven't done it already. If you've done it, it drops down to... Yeah, sure. Well, let's hop in one. You know? Just hop in one. Like, you can hop in one too. Like, but let's hop in one. Let me find you. Unless we want to join some of these people. But let's just do a random. Let's see how it goes. It'll probably turn out all right. Let's find out. Hold up. Is it O? We could organize a group, but let's see what happens if we just straight up queue for one. Dang it. All right, well, let's just sort out. Okay, let's sort out a group here. Yeah, so you're at 30, so we just hop in. Oh man, come on. Well, you can keep doing what you're doing. Let's just see if this queue pops. I wonder if... Hold up. Yeah, we're just gonna wait till this queue pops. So just do what you're doing. Oh wait, unless you don't have a lot of time. Because oh no, there we go. Usually, when you like queue up as a tank, it just go. Oh, okay. Let's see how this goes. I'm not guaranteeing that it's gonna work out, but usually it does. It's not as scary as it may sound. If it's Tiamat, people might leave, so we will leave as well. But statistically, if it's not Tiamat, we're okay. All right. Well, Let's see if there are any. Let's see how brave the souls are here. All right. Hold on to your. Have you done this before? Yeah, this is the rise of Tiamat. Have you done this before? I think you're just gonna have to play it by ear. I think we're in a different group too. Okay. This one's gonna be interesting. I think you might enjoy this one. Or like it might. It's very overwhelming, this one. But hold up. Let's okay. So we're not in the same group. We're not in the same party. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna rush up. There's gonna be a lot of mobs. Yeah. So what happens is now it does in this one, it actually does matter which group we're part of. So you want to stick with the people that are in your group. Okay? So if anything, you're lost. If you're ever lost, stick with the name of the healer in your group, because this specific trial will teleport you with your group. So just stick around your healer, and then it sounds so cliche, but just avoid the red. There's a lot of red in this. Yeah, there's a lot of red in this. I think they've been trying to tweak this one for a while to make it less complicated looking. But for now, the first thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna run towards the middle. Everyone's gonna be clumped up. Why are not people joining is because we don't know if some people DC'd or not. Let's see if no, everyone's here. So someone has DC'd, or there's one person standing. There's one person standing outside the circle. But this one, okay, for RTQs or random trials like this, this is the lowest success rate one. So if you get this one, it's perfectly normal at the moment to see people gone. And then you can, whenever someone leaves, you can leave too without a penalty. So like that stops you from queuing again. But what we're gonna do here first is we're just gonna kill all these mobs in the middle. And then we're gonna go up the platform. The platform will have 6 summoners, I think. And you're just gonna kill the summoners. Just make sure not to fall in the hole in the center or off the edge. So you're gonna kill these guys. Now there is a mechanic here, but I'm not even sure if it's working very well. You can, each summoner is gonna drop like a stone that you can interact, like a soul that you can interact with, and it should protect you. It allows you to hit F to protect you. But let me see if I'll grab this red one. I don't think I can protect you though. But you want to stick. Now you're gonna kill this summoner, Severin. As fast as possible. We have a healing is a little very sus right now. This is a little sus. That's okay. It looks pretty alright. Now a dragon head's gonna show up. You're just gonna try to stay alive as much as you can. That wasn't the red dragon head, unfortunately. It looks really chaotic, and it really is. So there's little meteors on the ground. That's what's dealing damage to you. I guess I'll just hit this. That's not the red. Oh, that is that the red one? That might be the red one. I don't know. Honestly, I don't think the orbs actually do anything in this space. Anyways, so we just keep doing it. We'll repeat. Another dragon head might show up if we don't kill these guys. If we can kill him quick enough, then the dragon would stop appearing and hurting us. That's the white one. So you're at the mercy of the healers. Basically, the healers will try to get. Just don't fall off. Whoa. Oh, you can fall off. Oh, you can fall off on the outside and not die. I see. Okay, so now you're gonna get TP'd with your team. So you just want to spot the healer and just kind of stay near the healer while you're attacking. Oh, snap. What the heck? You want to not stay with your tank. Do not, just ignore the big gigantic spine monster that's attacking your tank player. And then try to stay alive from all the mobs that show up in waves. And then stick with your healer. Or make it obvious that you're in the line of sight of your healer. So if you ever get hit and stuff, at least the healer can see you. And that's it for this one. Unless the guys want to kill the monster, generally. Probably not. We were basically trying to protect the priest. Those blue bars, each side has a priest. Or a cleric, sorry. We're waiting to fill it up, basically. We're protecting them and trying to fill it up. And it's by clearing the mobs. And then the tank is keeping the big guy occupied and faced away from the team. That's what I'm doing right now. And hoping to grab some of these dudes every once in a while, but... Oh boy, that's not good. Oh. I'm coming! Oh. Alright. Very nice. Fair enough. Yeah, so you just want to stay alive. But in this, I mean, as a pain giver and you're just like really looking to see what's happening, you're basically just looking for the healer. You keep your your line of sight of the healer at all time, as much as you can. Most of the stuff that would make it very difficult is generally dependent on your healer at the moment. And then you can hit and hit anything you can find. Dang it. Whoops. I rezzed the gun. Feels bad. Ooh, this is... Your side is doing doing much better than my side. Alright, so the next phase is you're gonna follow your team and you're gonna attack the claws. You're gonna run up to one of the claws on the left side, on your respective side. And you are gonna be taking your screen is gonna flash dark because as long as the claws are up, you're gonna take progressive damage, and you hope that your healers can save you from the progressive damage until the claws are down. Your side is... Okay. Keep going. Once the claws are down, you're gonna get TP'd to another platform with a dragon head. And you're just gonna avoid red again. But the dragon head will have an attack that might cover the whole platform. So you want to be slippery. So we're gonna get separated again, and we're gonna be TP to another platform. So you're with your team, and then you're gonna kill the head that's in front of you. And also later you're gonna move to another head, and you just follow your group. Hopefully the tank on your side is pointing the breath at an angle away so that you have space to avoid the breath attack. Oh yeah, Neverwinter. Yep. I'm only doing it on Tuesdays for it's a content update, you know. It's a content update, all right. Topher, how are you? How are you doing? How are you these days? All right, you guess. You don't sound so sure. Dang it. You butthead green. Oh, someone fell down. Ooh. This might not be great. I don't think we're gonna cut. I'm not sure we're gonna cut it on this one. Not from lack of trying though. These guys are I do okay trying to play some fun games, so yeah. What are you playing? I'm basically just evaluating the recent update. But the problem with the recent update is holy heck, it's 10 weeks long and pretty much just time gated in general. Rip. Hopefully they're okay. Oh, what is the various JRPG thing? Wait. All right. Let's go this way. Wait, we have one person dead. Oh, that's the rogue? Okay. Oh yeah? How's that go? How was that? Did you play Vesperia already? Or what is the other one? The one that starts with a B. All their names are difficult to remember. Or did you start with classics like Symphonia and whatnot? Oh, okay. Okay. It's like Berseria and Vesperia the most. When Tales games were like having a resurgence. Oh, Zateria. Oh my gosh. The Tales naming scheme. And just sitting in there. That cleric is doing overtime. You know what? I think we're girthy enough for this. Holy! Wait, what just happened there? Yeah, we're only down that one dude. It's okay. I like the stories, but yeah, you know, it's a Tales series, right? you have to know that you're playing like just 2 titles. You're playing like 5 years of wait time, if you know what I mean. To put it into perspective, right? Like you're retroactively playing back-to-back Tale games when there's like a 4-year wait period for a new title. Kind of like binge watching. something that isn't like all released at the same time. Have you ever played a Grandia series, Over? Grandia series is another JRPG series with a system that is very unique to it too. You know the moving bar? Like you have like characters and it. Oh, you love the first one? Yeah. They remastered the second one and stuff. I think the second one is the one that I played most. And then Grandia 3 was like, it was like eh. But yeah, the Grandia, the moving bar mechanic. Yeah. Classic Grandia. You know, I just realized there's no time limit on Tiamat. Huh. So we could, as long as we're tanky enough, I guess, as a group. Actually, at this rate, I'm pretty sure some of the summoning sickness has fallen off some of these players. What about you should dabble in Octopath Traveler, you know? Octo 2 is already in production. You guys sweet storytelling. Oh! Well, I don't want to talk about it. I looked away and immediately noticed that the head went down and I can't cancel that multi. Okay. That daily, I mean. Alright, you're gonna focus on the red dragon. So keep hitting the red dragon. And then we're only and then ignore the two big guys that are wandering around. We'll just take care of that. Me and this whoever this guy is. Oh no. Yeah, stay away from us. Yep. Just hit the red dragon's body, yeah. And then just stay away from the two big guys. You'll be okay. Well, the other tank is using hard taunts, so take care of stuff. Oh yeah, no worries. I'm about half. Oh, you are playing Octopath. Man, I do want to play Octopath. Okay. Well, good luck. Good luck. Can I get some love, please? Whoa. That double freeze, though. Keep going. Man, I don't know if you're sturdier than me, buddy. But kudos for the good fight. Stop using a hard taunt. I do have to admit, the dude is so sturdy. Sturdier than I would expect from a non self-sufficient tank. Huh. I mean, like, I don't really need. You're off? Take care, Wolf. Maybe I'll see you next week. If you ever want to do like queues and stuff next week, I'll be around this time as usual. Dude, Curio, listen. You did it. That's it. How was it? I think you did fantastic. Listen. See, you know, it's scaled, right? Curio. Like, it's scaled, so all you need is gear that has mods that help you do more damage. That's all. Like, your item level, since you reach the amount, it's already capped to that item level. So you're not really technically looking for more item level, you're technically looking for better mods. Like, and what I mean by mods, I mean whatever the equip bonus is underneath. So generally speaking, when you go through the other campaigns, you'll find something that like will beef it up. But it doesn't really restrict your success rate and your contribution. The way this game, the way scale content has worked, that's kind of their goal. Their goal is to make that item level the way to kind of gauge if you're able to successfully contribute, and did better than a lot of first timers. So well done. Well done. Oh, by the way, you see these things, Seal of Dragons? If you want to instantly get updated, you just buy Seal of Dragons. So there will be a seal vendor, right? And then you're looking at this equipment. So if you do this 5 days, I think it's 5 days. 5 days, you can get access to these things. So if you go to your collection, Control J or whatever your shortcut is, this button right here, you go to Northdark, and if you go to Dragon Steel Gear, it doesn't matter what this gear's modifiers are, you can acquire this gear and just leap ahead. And then you can use this gear. What's the collection button already? It's this one. It's 6 from the right. Sorry, 6 from the left. It should be under Control J on the PC, but I can't be so sure. Yeah, and then you go down to Zone Rewards, right? Oh, okay. And then go down to Zone Rewards. It should be on Northdark already. And if you click over to Dragon Steel Gear, the seal of dragons are for these pieces. So if you go to a seal vendor, I'm curious where the seal vendor is. So you can just complete one random queue. So I see that you haven't gone to 35k yet, but you can still complete RTQs. And RTQs will get you like 50, or you can keep completing it if you want, but the first one you get is like 20, maybe it's 20. But when you open the chest, right, and stuff, you get, I'm gonna say like 30 or 40. And there's a seal vendor here. So let me show you on the map. So in the middle courtyard, right? In the middle courtyard where all these things are, there's a door that you always enter. It's over here. But if you enter here, there's a seal trader. You can look for seal trader. Seal trader is 25. Yeah. So 25, number 25 on the list. If you come here, there'll be equipment and dragon seals. Seals for random queue is the leapfrog. That's mostly when you get to immediately when you start being able to do the 3500, 35k for random RDQ and then trial queue, you can get seals, and these will just leapfrog you into the current like placeholders. So I don't know how many times it takes. I'm pretty sure it's like 50 or 60 for the random trial that you just did. Yeah, so all you need is like one piece of this. You probably get to 35k. You just need to get to this stuff. You'll get 35k right away. How much, if you go to your currency, right? If you go to your bag, I don't know actually how much it is. So if you go to your bag and you click on this one, this second tab, and you scroll down to seals, it's this one. So Seal the Dragon is what you're looking for. And the trial you just completed gives you seals. The first completion each day is more seals. But you can, if you really want, you can just queue up and hope for something. Or you can join random groups. Whenever LFG says like looking for RTQ, looking for more RTQ, you can hop into any of them. RTQs are big enough and flexible enough that as long as you meet the minimum requirement, no one's going to turn you away. So you could just get 10 a bunch of times. That would take a long time, so I still stick with my previous suggestion. If you're a person who has like a daily schedule and a lot of things to do, it's more efficient to just come in each day and do one a day. It will be the amount of time it would take for you to do like 5 of them, which is like, instead of spending an hour and a half, you're spending like 15 minutes, right? That's not the exact amount of time, but it's close enough. So, and then RTQs, which, I mean, RADQs, this queue right here may require a little bit more. But generally speaking, if you're going as a paying giver, people will pick up anyone. Like, these requirements are quite low. So, like, for other people, they're more willing. So, you get like 150 a day between these two. And then it only takes 3 days, 3 to 4 days to get a gear piece. So you can just do the, you know, it'll be like less than half a month to get your 4 main pieces and your shirt and pants. If you haven't already found something, it also offers shirt and pants. So you can just pick the most efficient stat for your shirt and pants for the time being. With shirt and pants, your 4 mains, the ones that remain are the things that you have to campaign for, or you or purchase for. So like this weapon, this weapon set actually came from a really old campaign. It came from this campaign. And these rings, so when you start getting into like rings and artifacts, that's when you start this campaign, this Dragon Slayer campaign. If I had to choose, there isn't necessarily, I don't know why it says item level 18k. I think it's just based on the first dragon you beat, but you can get rings that will just be great placeholders from here. I'm curious if you can get rings just by killing adults. You probably can. Oh no, you need 1 of these. But you'll get into dragon slaying for sure. Rings can be acquired in many places. But I would say, yeah, just get your seals. Like if you want to casually play the next week, doing a trial, actually, Do you have any collars on you? So if you go to mounts. Oh no, but you need mounts too. Do you have any purple mounts on you? Sorry, not colors. Like these things. So if you go to your mount in your stable, do you have any purple? Do you have any purple collars? Do you have purple mounts? Like these things? Do you have anything that's purple from questing? You got 3? Okay. Can you come to me? Actually, no, wait. I can mail this to you. I'm pretty sure I remember. I swear. Oh, here we go. Wait. I cannot sell this, but can I like... You have 1 legendary? Oh, 1 legendary mount? Yeah, you should have like 4 slots. So, see here. That's not what I'm looking for. Do you have any? You don't have any collars on you, right? So here are 3 collars. Here are 3 epic collars, and you just pick the ones that are effective for you. So you would have yeah. These things come out of loot boxes. So quite difficult to get. So that should get you 5k. I'm pretty sure that will get you 5k. So the collars that you want, you're probably gonna encounter, right? The encounter one. You wanna also choose between AP or recharge. That's gonna be your call. I don't know if you know this about collars, but you can only have 1 collar of a specific type. So, for example, just in case you don't pick the same one, you cannot pick the same type. So, when this says wayfaring, right? Every collar has a word in the front. You cannot pick 2 of the same ones. So for wayfaring, you have an AP one and a recharge one that's probably interesting to you. I don't know which one is more productive, because recharge increases your decreases your cooldown, and AP is self-explanatory. It gives you AP. Now the sturdy one is probably encounter power for you. There's an at will, but I'm pretty sure it's encounter power. So the sturdy one, you're looking for the encounter power. And then the third one, there's stamina gain. That's okay. I think for what I would suggest is you're probably going to pick up a practical one, which is the one that gives rough astro diamonds. That will lower your need to constantly, because like 3% stamina is not going to radically change and incoming healing is not going to radically change your thing. There is an outgoing healing one if you ever decide to do healing, but I think for you, since you're like doing Songblade right now, depending on how strong your daily is, I don't really know how strong your daily is. You're either prioritizing if most of your damage is coming from your encounter power, and your encounter power has cooldown, right? Maybe like a noticeable cooldown, recharge rate would be fine. If your daily is a main source of your utility, then AP is fine. And then this is generally encounters, because I can't think of a Song Blade at will synergy, so you would go encounter power for this one. Daily is percentage, like, yeah, it helps you. What do you mean? Like 15%? Oh, okay. So I would probably do, I probably do AP actually. I probably prioritize AP if it's scaling that hard, right? So, because recharge, Songblade, relatively the recharge rate. Yeah, it's ability power. Yeah, it helps you build your daily faster. Recharge rate on Songblade, if I remember correctly, the cooldowns on Songblade is not that long. It's not quite long. Like, you'll always have a button to press, basically. There are classes like Dreadnought that when you press all your buttons, you have to wait and wait and wait. That's where a recharge bonus comes in. But if your AP is already boosting, responsible for 15 damage dealt bonus, generally AP would be outweighing the extra recharge. And the encounter power is the second choice for sure, because like Songblade doesn't have a reliable at will that scales, so it's encounter power for the second one. And then I would just pick up the rough Astro Diamonds one. The other two are supportive things. And you'll pick them up at some point. They're not gonna radically change anything. You stayed alive in Tiamat, so stamina is like stamina won't really do much. Incoming healing, it looks like you survive most of the time, but not too bad. Encounter only applies to your QERs. Anything that's in your QER slot, or like anything that's red, is your encounter powers. Yeah, those are encounters. And then at will are the green ones. So the green ones are at will, and then these are dailies. So that's where your AP is. Yes. The majority of Songblade's like thing is encounter power. I'm pretty sure. Because your daily doesn't do damage, does it? Like, it gives you a damage boost, but it deals like 600 mag or something. Like, it's not like 3000 mag or something like that, right? It's not something gigantic. I should really go on. You're more likely, yeah, probably. Let's look at this placeholder guy. Songblade dailies. 2. I would use the AP, and the rest of your damage is coming from encounters. So your sturdy should be your encounter source. And then pick up the Astro Diamond one. It's just something that'll pay you in the long run. You know, you'll keep getting, every time you earn rough diamonds, like from the queue and stuff, it'll just pile up. And you want to pile it up. The other two are insignificant. You have no trouble surviving already in general. So stamina and incoming healing are the two classic ones, and they just help survivability. But where you are, you're gonna get way more utility because you're gonna keep the rough Astro Diamonds. It'll when you queue up, the number that says how much Astro Diamonds you're gonna get, it'll update for the collar. So the collar will make you like have to queue less so that you can keep getting more Astro Diamonds, because you want to bottleneck it. Some days you're not going to be able to play, right? Yes, Yeah. Healing and AP are 2 separate slots. So you're gonna have to find another collar. Like you can actually equip the healing and the AP. Healing is on healing is this slot. It's unified. It's either unified or supportive. So you still need another collar. So you can get the first 3 for your song blade right now. And then fill it in later. So they're not overlapping. You'll probably have to pick that up once you want to start healing. So not too bad. And what's your item level now, Kyrios? Should be close. Collars give a lot of item level. You should be like 33 maybe. So you're trying to find as close as possible to get to 35. Then you can start queuing up for all the randoms. 35 is the goal. Yeah. And yeah, it's not a... Oh, yeah. Wait, did you equip all of them? 32? Man, I really thought it'd be higher. But keep going, I guess. What does your companion gear look like? But yeah, your immediate goal is to try to get to 35. And then it's just casual playing, in my opinion. Once you reach 35, it's casual playing. Just always do your cues. Ooh, that was a good bump. You equipped one of your collars. Okay, okay. So insignias, definitely. I don't know how many. Okay. Not, yeah. Not good, not high enough, but you'll get there. The other thing now is like to insignia up, which insignias are pretty leisurely good to come by as well. These are account bound, so you can't actually like... Yeah, I don't think you can actually sell these. Or trade these. But yeah. Not bad. Like, if you wanted to know, you can still buy these epic collar things. Pretty sure you can. Yeah, see? Not too bad. These things come from lockboxes. So whenever a new lockbox opens up, right? Whenever like they introduce a new lockbox, a bunch of the older players will be opening lockboxes, and then it'll drive the prices down like quite a lot. So whenever a new lockbox comes out, you generally can pick up, like, you would wait for a new lockbox, and then you can pick up like cheap insignias, or like insignias of your choice and stuff. Because let me see the lockbox loot table. Yeah, so there's legend insignias, right? Mythic is out of reach. Mythic is like, ugh. I generally just upgrade from a legendary, so that's part. So you can probably pick up anything that's like from here below. So the next time a new lockbox comes out, like, you might spend here or there maybe when you get enough rough Astro Diamonds, but just wait till the next lockbox, which is coming in whenever the next mod comes. So 2 months from now, maybe 2 or 3 months, optimistically. Whenever this, you'll probably see it. This is week 3 of 10. So in 7 weeks, maybe there's an announcement for a new lockbox. When new lockboxes come out, you'll see like all those pop-ups, like people opening stuff. That's when you buy something. You'll notice that at least these 4 categories will go down. So legendary insignias will go down in price. Any of the epic companions and epic mounts, and you can always upgrade these things. But generally speaking, once you're in line and you're already in like 45k, you're just saving up to buy account bound mythics off someone, which, just to put into perspective, like a Coal Ward, right? We already said it's about 1 million. But mounts are so... The supply of mounts are so high. At the beginning, they're almost about the same price. Like one mythic mount is almost about the same price as upgrading your enchantment by 1. So getting 10 mounts or 10 companions by then, like these, the ones that are attached, is probably it. Companions and mounts contribute to your item level as well, and they have a bit more utility than upgrading an enchantment. But incrementally, you can upgrade the enchantment. But the enchantments are definitely last on the task. So to put it into perspective, right? You can buy a mythic mount every 15 days or less. When you complete your adventures, they'll add more rough ADs, but it's like every 15 days you buy a new mythic mount. To give you a little perspective on how much. So once you unlock your queues, you just do your queues. With that collar you have, you only have to do a dungeon queue and a trial queue. That'll give you 100k a day, but you can do more if you want. But it doesn't take much. The collar really offsets a lot of... It's just extra AD. Yeah, and enjoy, you know, enjoy the game. I got 100, like I got some today, so I just refined. Definitely don't burn yourself out. How do you get powers on mounts too? The mounts themselves come with powers. But it has to be legendary and up. You should have one if you have one legendary mount. Only the base legendary and mythic. I have 3 slots left. Wait. You mean... Wait, which power are you talking about? Oh, companions. Oh, these things. Yeah, you have to just get companions. All the companions have different powers. So I don't have a... I have some random companions. Let's see here. Companion. I'll just give you... I don't even know if you have these companions. Hey, Snow. I have this one, so you can just take that one. You have the eagle, AoE, and I don't even know if that fits in one of your slots, but that's the one I have on hand right now. See if I have companions. Companions of... If you have empty slots, you should fill those empty slots. So we're just have these things, which it's already there. Oh, here's a blue one. Do I have any purple ones? This one is bound. You should really be like minimally, if there are empty slots, there shouldn't be empty slots, basically. Even if it's like a really small one, you should be filling in these slots. So here's one that's blue. Pretty sure you don't have this one. Right? How much are these things? Actually, let's look at companions. Okay, those are expensive. I think you get this guy. I think you get this guy from one of the adventures. So if you complete one of the adventures, this is a reward for one of the adventures. That's why it's so cheap. So you should have that one. Oh, this one gives HP. Oh, that is the one. Yeah, that's the Phoenix. Right. What slot are you missing? Like, what slot are you missing? If you were looking at this, right? At this thing. Well, where is the slot? I could probably guess. There's one slot left. It's probably this one. Is it your bottom right? These two? On the line, so the left and right. I don't know what utility those are. Okay, so I'm going to guess. I think these are okay. Hold up. So we're looking for something useful, probably. So this one is okay. Well, it'll just increase your survivability, so we'll grab this one. And then that's gonna go in your bottom right. If I had to guess, we're not using that. That's not useful. That's not useful either. That's not useful. How about you? Nah. No. Combat event? No. There's something to hold. Actually, I think this one is probably okay. Where is it? Crit severity and critical avoidance. Which is by the sprite. Accuracy. What slot is this? Offense and defense? This will fit in that slot probably. Just to fill in your slots. That sounds so weird. Okay. These should be at least functional. For now. So one just adds HP. Unfortunately, the critical avoidance is like meh, but accuracy is good enough. Right. Should be good. And then anything to get closer to 35k. Yep. Yeah, no worries. I mean, I don't really... It's not to... You know, it's not to say... I don't play the game to, like, accrue resources too much. Most of the stuff that I do when I get in the game now is to get the stuff that's behind the time gate. So for the most part, it's just play with other players. Solid. It's getting close. It's getting close. Unfortunately, I'm not swimming in AD. If I had expendable AD, it'd be a little bit. But whenever I pick something else up more, we'll pick up more things as we're going. You have wait. You have mount slots that are absent, right? Wait. Do you have any mount slots that are missing? So like in your stable, do you have a mount slot that's missing? Oh, okay. Because like the base stats are the ones that you gain the most from. So just like the base stats, as long as you fill in the slots, you would get really close. All right, that's reasonable enough for today. But yeah, happy hunting. You just gotta find that 1K. You gotta find that one. You know, what's another source? Sorry. Yeah, it is late too. Yeah, I'm about to head off for today as well. Thanks for you know, giving me something else to do. These days I only get on Tuesdays to update on the current content, right? Because this thing has a time gate of 10 weeks. 10 weeks. So this is only week 3. So I've been getting on around this time to see if, I don't know, anything changed. So next week is going to be more or less the exact identical to the 3rd week. So maybe I'll pick up some things and see how you're doing and see how like North Wolf is doing. And we can probably queue up together and whatnot next Tuesday. I would have loved to do this campaign on November 29th. Oh, yeah. That's true. Wait, did you walk in here? Have you walked into this area? Oh, it's the 22nd. How did it work out? Oh, you have 80 points of the hall? Like 80 pins? Do you want to do the rest? Let's just do the rest really quickly. Let's invite. You might as well do the rest. No, I'm coming with you. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's fair. Oh, you mean going to die, like going to sleep. Okay, that's fair. I was like, if you don't, I can probably just hop into the region with you and clear. Tomorrow? Yeah, sure. If you see me on the list, like, if you see me, like, logged in some way, you can just, ping me, like, DM me, and then I'll just, like, go in the area with you so that, you can just fill in the points. And then when is the new week? You could do one more week, couldn't you? Like, because the 29th. The 29th is it's a Tuesday. So on Monday, you could actually do the next thing. And you can get your... Wait, did you get your companion gear yet? Like this one? This chest? If you haven't, we could... Okay, so we have to complete this week. So tomorrow, you got to get your 20 points. And then on Monday, you got to get the 100 points to get this companion gear. This would be gigantic for your companion gear. Like, your current companion gear is probably like 600 something item level. This is 1500. Yeah. So I'll like meander on a little bit early in the day, you know, like maybe 6 hours earlier than this or something. We'll see. All right. Sleep well. I'm gonna head off too. Thanks for distracting me or giving me things to do in this game. Yeah, no worries. All right, guys. Yeah, no worries. Don't mention it. This is why I play the game for. There really isn't there really isn't anything else that's more motivating to play the game. Yeah, take care, Curios. All right. So how do we summarize this? So let's quickly summarize week 3. Okay, so week 1 so far was 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10. It's your traditional week 1 starter. You have your 100 milestone. It became a repeatable. It's very standard affair. Week 2 was very standard too, where the second milestone unlocks the dungeon, which is Master's Temple of the Spider. It lost a point, 4 out of 10, because it didn't have a weekly haul increase like it typically would to 125. Also, it was vanilla. It was straight up vanilla because it's every 2 milestones. So they swapped it out. It's no longer a milestone in the story campaign every time. Effectively, they double the length of this. Instead of 5 weeks, it's 10 weeks. They just straight up across the board. I thought they might have increased it by not doubling, but like 50%, where you still get a weekly haul increase at 300, 600, which would make it 7 weeks. So it'd be like 125 from here to 600, and then 600 to 1,000 would be 150. That would make it into 7 weeks instead of 10 weeks. So increasing from 4 weeks or 4 or 5 weeks to 7 weeks, reasonable. But they basically just doubled it. And this week, it's like a 2 out of 10. It's still, for all intents and purposes, identical to the first 2 weeks. To the point where, because the weekly haul didn't increase at 300, you land the milestone for the story quest. And the story quest, you can choose to do it or not. Personally, for me, I did it once with this character. Nothing happens at the end. Like, there's no repeat or something. So effectively, you are going to complete the 3rd week exactly the same as the 2nd week and just don't proceed with the story. Because the story was relatively efficient. The quests were really rapid. And you would get 42 pins right away. Like, immediately 2 of my characters are going to get 42 pins. And I don't know if my main character, my barbarian, is going to get a repeat for 25 even. So it actually slowed down the progress, putting a milestone at a cap. I like to hope that 600 is not the same, but I'm pretty sure 600 is going to be the same. The next milestone is 500, which when you reach 500, there's not going to be a weekly haul. So I'm going to assume that there isn't something after 500. So basically, it's going to be another 3 full weeks before I see the next story thing. So from today until 500, which is 3 weeks from now, they're going to be identical too. And I think it might actually be identical to the first 3 weeks. So from now till week 6, outside of the main storyline, there's only one repeatable at milestone 1, or not even I guess milestone 1, and then that stays constant all the way till milestone 5. That's a 2 out of 5. I mean, that's a 2 out of 10. 2 out of 5 would be a little bit generous. That would make it 4 out of 10. This is a really big low point. I honestly, capping something so people will luckily for veteran, I guess, older players, they'll notice that, oh, it's a weekly cap, you don't get the pins, right? So just wait, because the reward for the main quest line is literally some change and the pins, of which you don't get. You just basically don't get the pins. So straight up, just minus 42 pins and some silver. That is a design hiccup. I think what, if I had to guess what happened, was they wanted it to be double the length. So they simply doubled the length. But the milestones, the way the milestones are partitioned, since they don't have a weekly haul increase anymore, it doesn't accommodate someone to play the storyline with a reward that's moot the time you reach there. So that's unfortunate, in my opinion. There's an exception to this. Maybe, I don't know, if you buy this thing here, it bypasses the, maybe they were accounting for bypassing the this pack, which gives you pins. I don't know. It still says weekly cap of 100, but this is 200 packs, so maybe it bypasses. I have no idea how this stuff works. I generally want to play the game and not buy out the game. But anyways, 2 out of 5. So far, we're going straight down. It's 5, 4, 2. Maybe something surprising will happen. I don't know. I reckon it's probably, the experience is probably gonna be the same. It'll be middling, so it'll be like, the experience will end up being 5 out of 10 tomorrow, like the next week, because it'll be the same experience. My expectation, it didn't hit any harder, so I'm not gonna go down to 0. It's just probably gonna be the same experience. All right, thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you guys enjoy this, or all the new players. I do love being distracted and helping newer players. It's the part about this game that makes it an MMO. But anyways, until next week, I guess. Stay safe, stay healthy. Good luck with everything, guys. Take care. Bye.